उस रात 9:15 और 9:30 के बीच आप कर क्या रहे थे?
सर, मैं अपने पापा को पैसे ट्रांसफर कर रहा था झुमरी तलैया में, 2 आरडी खोल रहा था अपने बच्चों के लिए, और मैं खुद के लिए एक साइकिल खरीद रहा था। फिट रहने का सपना जो है मेरा,
नामुमकिन।
हाँ मुमकिन।
Canara Bank presents AI1, the all-in-one banking super app, loaded with over 250 features for all your banking needs and more. आपके सपने हमारे अपने।
शर्मिली जी,
रोज है सजता विकास का त्योहार, गौरव से है बढ़ता अब हर व्यापार। Canara MSME Loan, Canara Bank, together we can.
Salt Lake Sector 5, or the nerve center of Eastern India's human capital, is home to more than 900 companies, with more than 100,000 professionals employed directly. This is where Infinity Group has acted as the harbinger of IT revolution over the past decades.
We started our journey as Infinity in the year 1996. As a group, we always felt that we should do business which has impact, and can we do something for state of West Bengal and create some IT infrastructure which is state of art, ahead of its time, and looking at the customer's future requirement.
With numerous green buildings that total over 5 million square feet of green infrastructure scattered within an area of 3 kilometers.
And today, if I see the journey of Infinity from 96 to 2018, I feel very happy that Infinity has played a catalyst role, of course with the support of the government of West Bengal. And today, if I go out of the building and see the vibrant young crowd, and around 200,000 people are working now in Sector 5.
A home of smart thinkers is a marvel called the Infinity Think Tank, which was one of the very first intelligent IT-empowered workspace in Sector 5 that revolutionized the landscape of the area and ushered in an era that raised the benchmark of infrastructure and brought in smart integrated business parks all around.
You know, we are very conscious about the environment. All our buildings are green. Our first green platinum building came 10 years back, which was second in India, 7th in the world. Infinity has taken a vow that all their buildings, whether residential, whether commercial, whether shopping mall, whatever we do, has to be green.
A slew of cutting-edge smart green buildings with a futuristic design and robust engineering followed, such as Infinity Benchmark, Godrej Waterside, Infinity IT Lagoon, Martin Byrne Business Park, Merlin Infinite, and Advents Infinity.
So looking at the requirement of today's youth, entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, we felt that if we give them a tension-free environment, we give them a space which is plug and play, they can come anytime, they can go anytime. For the lady worker, there is a security, and provide all the support which they need.
Infinity Business Center is housed in the award-winning Benchmark and Godrej Waterside building, having state-of-the-art co-working spaces at the heart of Sector 5. Some of the most valued customers of Infinity Business Center being Nissan Motors, Mars Chocolate, Avaya, Kimberly-Clark, Pearson Education and Renault. Fully furnished plug-and-play model, which is scalable at any point of time. Infinity Business Center will offer every single modern amenity and convenience needed by you to crack that $1 million deal.
Today we have around 400-500 seats. We are expanding it. We will be happy to help these entrepreneurs in whatever manner, including investing with them, mentoring them, and whatever is required to be done. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Canara Bank. Together we can. Together we can. Hey, hey, hey. Ooh, Canara Bank. Together we can. Together we can. Together we can. Canara Bank.
Haldia Institute of Technology, the first self-financed engineering institute in West Bengal, was established in 1996. HIT is a NIIF-ranked, NAC-accredited A-grade institute, situated at Haldia, the industrial hub of eastern India. The institute offers 14 B.Tech and 9 postgraduate courses. HIT AICTE Idea Lab, to build a robust ecosystem for nurturing innovation and startups.
HIT is an excellent campus to embark on your engineering journey. It's absolutely the perfect place to begin your learnings.
Spreading across 37 acres of land, HIT is a perfect knowledge hub with unparalleled infrastructure. State-of-the-art laboratories in all engineering and management departments. Classrooms and seminar halls are equipped with audio-visual facilities. Aryavarto Central Library has a rich collection of books, journals, databases of e-resource journals.
My college faculty as well as the training and placement cell has helped us a lot in cracking these placements by organizing online lectures as well as grooming classes.
Separate hostels for boys and girls with Wi-Fi connectivity.
The hostel life was amazing and it was absolutely safe at HIT.
The institution encourages cultural activities for students by organizing cultural festivals and competitions to nurture creativity. The institute also provides the students with facilities for indoor and outdoor games to explore and manifest their talents and passions.
Hello everyone, I am Ajanta Sinha Roy, Director of Vidya.com. So what Vidya.com does? We are actually overseas consultants and we counsel students to choose their career for overseas studies. So our tagline is, you name it, we have it. That means that any course, any country, any budget, any issues, anything you have, scholarships, stipend, we cater for everything. So one more plus point of Vidya.com is, though our head office is in Kolkata, but we have counselors pan-India and our students take the unique virtual session where I as a director guide the students one-to-one in these sessions. So students, if you want to take the free counseling which Vidya.com offers, you can meet us in our office in Kolkata or you can meet us virtually, because pan-India, many students contact us every day to know about this virtual session and take the free counseling.
So we provide free education to the technology students and German term program for both bachelors and masters with moderate percentage. In today's generation, South Korea is a very trending country. Most of the students are going to South Korea because of their attractive scholarship.
আমি নবনীতা তপস্বী, আমি পলিটেকনিক অডিটোরিয়ামে অ্যাডমিশন পেয়ে গেছি। আমি Vidya.com-কে কন্ট্যাক্ট করেছিলাম আমার আন্ডারগ্র্যাজুয়েট পারসু করার জন্য। ওনারা আমাকে আমার পুরো টিউশন ফিজ ওয়েভার করে দিয়েছে। অন টপ অফ দ্যাট আমি অ্যাকোমোডেশনও ফিজ হচ্ছে, প্লাস 7,000 euros per annum আমি গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে স্টাইপেন্ড পাবো।
হ্যালো, আই এম দীপক মন্ডল। আমার অ্যাকচুয়ালি অনেকদিন ধরেই প্ল্যান ছিল যে আমি বাইরে যাব। তো আফটার কমপ্লিটিং মাই বিটেক আই জয়েন্ড Vidya.com, আই কনসালটেড দেন। তো এখানে আসার পর আমি এনকোয়ারি করলাম, অস্ট্রেলিয়ার জন্য এনকোয়ারি করেছিলাম। আরও কিছু কান্ট্রি আমার স্পেসিফিক ছিল, বাট সুতপা ম্যাম এবং মজুমদার দুজনেই আমাকে প্রচণ্ডভাবে হেল্প করে। তো সাজেস্টেড ইন দ্য পার্টিকুলার রুট।
We provided MBBS in Russia, Philippines, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Bangladesh, USA, and we also provided free education in Italy. So students, contact us to know more details. Thank you.
उस रात 9:15 और 9:30 के बीच आप कर क्या रहे थे?
सर, मैं अपने पापा को पैसे ट्रांसफर कर रहा था झुमरी तलैया में। 2 आरडी खोल रहा था अपने बच्चों के लिए और मैं खुद के लिए एक साइकिल खरीद रहा था। फिट रहने का सपना जो है मेरा,
नामुमकिन।
हाँ, मुमकिन।
Canara Bank presents AI1, the all-in-one banking super app, loaded with over 250 features for all your banking needs and more. आपके सपने हमारे अपने।
शर्मिली जी,
रोज है सजता विकास का त्योहार, गौरव से है बढ़ता अब हर व्यापार। Canara MSME loan, Canara Bank, together we can.
Salt Lake Sector 5, or the nerve center of Eastern India's human capital, is home to more than 900 companies with more than 100,000 professionals employed directly. This is where Infinity Group has acted as the harbinger of IT revolution over the past decades.
So we started our journey as Infinity in the year 1996. As a group, we always felt that we should do business which has impact, and can we do something for state of West Bengal and create some IT infrastructure which is state of art, ahead of its time, and looking at the customer's future requirement.
With numerous green buildings that total over 5 million square feet of green infrastructure scattered within an area of 3 kilometers.
And today, if I see the journey of Infinity from 96 to 2018, I feel very happy that Infinity has played a catalyst role, of course with the support of the government of West Bengal. And today, if I go out of the building and see the vibrant young crowd, and around 200,000 people are working now in Sector 5.
A home of smart thinkers is a marvel called the Infinity Think Tank, which was one of the very first intelligent IT-empowered workspace in Sector 5 that revolutionized the landscape of the area and ushered in an era that raised the benchmark of infrastructure and brought in smart integrated business parks all around.
You know, we are very conscious about the environment. All our buildings are green. Our first green platinum building came 10 years back, which was second in India, 7th in the world. Infinity has taken a vow that all their buildings, whether residential, whether commercial, whether shopping mall, whatever we do, has to be green.
A slew of cutting-edge smart green buildings with a futuristic design and robust engineering followed, such as Infinity Benchmark, Godrej Waterside, Infinity IT Lagoon, Martin Byrne Business Park, Merlin Infinite, and Advance Infinity.
So looking at the requirement of today's youth, entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, we felt that if we give them a tension-free environment, we give them a space which is plug and play, they can come anytime, they can go anytime. For the lady worker, there is a security, and provide all the support which they need.
Infinity Business Center is housed in the award-winning Benchmark and Godrej Waterside building, having state-of-the-art co-working spaces at the heart of Sector 5. Some of the most valued customers of Infinity Business Center being Nissan Motors, Mars Chocolate, Avaya, Kimberly-Clark, Pearson Education, and Renault. Fully furnished plug-and-play model, which is scalable at any point of time. Infinity Business Center will offer every single modern amenity and convenience needed by you to crack that $1 million deal.
Today, we have around 400-500 seats. We are expanding it. We will be happy to help these entrepreneurs in whatever manner, including investing with them, mentoring them, and whatever is required to be done. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Canara Bank. Together we can. Together we can. Hey, hey, hey. Ooh, Canara Bank. Together we can. Together we can. Together we can. Canara Bank.
Haldia Institute of Technology, the first self-financed engineering institute in West Bengal, was established in 1996. HIT is a NIIF-ranked, NAC-accredited A-grade institute, situated at Haldia, the industrial hub of eastern India. The institute offers 14 B.Tech and 9 postgraduate courses. HIT AICTE Idea Lab, to build a robust ecosystem for nurturing innovation and startups.
HIT is an excellent campus to embark on your engineering journey. It's absolutely the perfect place to begin your learnings.
Spreading across 37 acres of land, HIT is a perfect knowledge hub with unparalleled infrastructure. State-of-the-art laboratories in all engineering and management departments. Classrooms and seminar halls are equipped with audio-visual facilities. Aryavarto Central Library has a rich collection of books, journals, databases of e-resource journals.
My college faculty as well as the training and placement cell has helped us a lot in cracking these placements by organizing online lectures as well as grooming classes.
Separate hostels for boys and girls with Wi-Fi connectivity.
The hostel life was amazing and it was absolutely safe at HIT.
The institution encourages cultural activities for students by organizing cultural festivals and competitions to nurture creativity. The institute also provides the students with facilities for indoor and outdoor games to explore and manifest their talents and passions.
Hello everyone, I am Ajanta Sinha Roy, Director of Vidya.com. So what Vidya.com does? We are actually overseas consultants and we counsel students to choose their career for overseas studies. So our tagline is, you name it, we have it. That means that any course, any country, any budget, any issues, anything you have, scholarships, stipend, we cater for everything. So one more plus point of Vida.com is, though our head office is in Kolkata, but we have counselors pan India, and our students take the unique virtual session where I, as a director, guide the students one-to-one in these sessions. So students, if you want to take the free counseling which Vidya.com offers, you can meet us in our office in Kolkata, or you can meet us virtually, because pan India, many students contact us every day to know about this virtual session and take the free counseling.
So we provide free education to the technology students and German turn program for both bachelors and masters with moderate percentage. In today's generation, South Korea is a very trending country. Most of the students are going to South Korea because of their attractive scholarship. আমি নবনীতা তপস্বী, আমি পলিটেকনিক ভিক্টোরিয়াতে অ্যাডমিশন পেয়ে গেছি। আমি Vidya.com-কে কন্ট্যাক্ট করেছিলাম আমার আন্ডার গ্রাজুয়েট পারসু করার জন্য। ওনারা আমাকে আমার পুরো টিউশন ফিজ ওয়েভার করে দিয়েছে। অন টপ অফ দ্যাট আমি অ্যাকোমোডেশনও ফিজ হচ্ছে, প্লাস 7,000 euros per annum আমি গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে স্টাইপেন্ড পাবো।
হ্যালো, আই এম দীপক মন্ডল। আমার অ্যাকচুয়ালি অনেকদিন ধরেই প্ল্যান ছিল যে আমি বাইরে যাব। তো আফটার কমপ্লিটিং বিটেক I joined Media.com, I consulted them. তো এখানে আসার পর আমি এনকোয়ারি করলাম, তো অস্ট্রেলিয়ার জন্য এনকোয়ারি করেছিলাম। আরও কিছু কান্ট্রিজ আমার স্পেসিফিক ছিল, বাট সুতপা ম্যাম এবং অজন্তা ম্যাম দুজনেই আমাকে প্রচণ্ডভাবে হেল্প করে। তো সাজেস্টেড ইন দ্য পার্টিকুলার রুট।
We provided MBBS in Russia, Philippines, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Bangladesh, USA, and we also provided free education in Italy. So students, contact us to know more details. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we commence this session today, by the way, my name is Tapan Chakravarti. I am from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. And we commence this session today. It's a welcome session, and it's my pleasure to invite onto the dais Mr. Deepak Daftari, Chairperson, the Entrepreneurs Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. S. Radhakrishnan, former President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Binod Kumar Humagai, Co-Chairperson of the Entrepreneurs Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, thank you. Now I would request Mr. Deepak Daftari for his welcome and theme address.
Thank you, Tapanda. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, industry partners, and people who are supporting us for the program. It's been raining, and it's heartwarming to see a packed house for the annual Entrepreneurship Conclave that we do from the Entrepreneurs Committee at the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. As most of you might be aware, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry has various committees. Last count was 34 plus committees. And one of the most prominent committees being the Entrepreneurship Committee, we have a focus of taking entrepreneurship further in this part of the country. Bengal has traditionally been seen as a laggard when it comes to entrepreneurship, when it comes to new ventures, when it comes to startups. The focus of the committee in the last 1 year has been to change that perception and extend whatever help, support, and network that we can provide to people who are already in the startup ecosystem, people who are willing to start up, students, as well as people who are at a certain stage in their business and are planning to take the next leap forward. We have some very prominent members as committee members of the committee. People like Vinod Homagai, who I think is a household name now. Wow Momo. We have Surojit Da, People Pro Consulting. We have Mr. Sriram. We have a lot of strength and mind power to help you all extend your journey when it comes to entrepreneurship. I was told to give the welcome address for the session. I was thinking, what should I speak about? Entrepreneurship is not the key buzzword when it comes to Bengal, but the last few years it has been changing, and we now also have a unicorn from Eastern India. Why is it that people in Bengal look at having a job as a secure career and not going to entrepreneurship? That got me thinking, and the prime example I would like to give to motivate you all is the example which I give regularly and who's also there with us on the stage, being the example of Vinod Homagai and Sagar Daryani, two very dear friends who started from the city of Joy, who went into business in a segment which was already overcrowded, with a product which was already being sold at every street corner, and a field so highly competitive that it took a lot of courage for them to even jump into it. But their motto, since I have been part of their journey for a couple of years now, was that we will try to excel and refine the process so much. And I remember the particular line they had told me when I had met them at the very initial stage was that what McDonald's did to burgers, we are going to do to momos. We are going to package it and brand it in such a way that if people think of momos, just the way when people think of burgers, there might be multiple brands, there might be hundreds of brands in the world. But the one name which everybody knows from a 5-year-old to a 50-year-old is McDonald's. This is the same thing what Vinod and Sagar did to the concept of momos. That was the story of Mao Momo. The second example I wanted to give was an example what I followed, my dream. I used to be in the field of recruitments when I started my journey. I used to recruit for the biggest brand names in IT. But then the opportunity came in India for the world of domain names. And the reason I give you this example is to just show you that when you put your mind, soul and passion to do something, you will succeed. In the year 2005, when nobody knew what is a domain name, until date also many of the corporates and many of the big companies do not, for them a domain is nothing but a $10 investment. When I started into this journey, there was nobody in India and there was no space or no consultant with whom you could approach and understand if you want to have online branding. That is where I chose to tread a path which nobody in India was doing, and it took me 15 years to build a portfolio, and a portfolio which is among the top 10 portfolios in the world. Today, domains sell for millions of dollars. Last week, Connect.com sold for $10 million. Last year, Crypto.com sold for $30 million. Today, the fruits of labor, what everybody is savoring, 15 years back, it was not the buzzword. People used to call all kinds of names. You are a fool, you don't know, you are going to lose money. The reason I am telling you this is that when you try to do something which is off-beaten, when you try to do something which is not the norm, when you try to do something which others are not doing, 99% of the people you meet would try to dissuade you. But if you do your research, if you do your networking, if you do your due diligence, and if you put your heart and soul, if that becomes your life's passion, that becomes your ambition, nothing would stop you from achieving the dream which you've set out for. There are so many examples I can give you now from Eastern India, companies which are doing phenomenally well, which wouldn't have even been possible 5 years down the line. So the main message I want to give you today before we start this conclave, this being Entrepreneurship Conclave, we have some marquee speakers like Anirudh Damani. Anirudh has his own fund. He is a huge investor. Before he started his fund journey, he had multiple investments of his own which are marquee names. I won't take his thunder. I will let him speak about that. But then something sticks to you when you meet somebody. When I met Anirudh, and Anirudh, this is an example I give about you to everybody. He is always 1-2 watches in his hands. Anirudh, can you show your hands to the audience, please? No, it's very relevant. So I asked him, Anirudh, why do you wear 2 watches? And he just told me one sentence. One watch shows the time, the other watch shows my time. That is how you should define what you are doing. That one line. The reason I'm giving you this example is that even after 10 years, that line has stuck with me. What Anirudh said. That one line, what Vinod and Sagar told me 10-12 years back, stuck with me. That is the exact way you should be able to define your business or your passion, that people remember you even after 10 or 15 years, and you should be known by that punchline. So that is my message to you. Whatever you do, put your heart and soul, do your due diligence, do your research, do your networking, mingle with people, make your connections. Money is a byproduct. Most of us think that if you don't get money, we won't be able to do business. Let me tell you, raising money is the easiest part. Living with people with whom you have raised money is like sleeping with the enemy. And I am sure Anirudh will, in his session, elaborate more on that. So with that, I would request Mr. Radhakrishnan to come and give his keynote theme address. And I hope you all enjoy. We've put in a lot of hard work curating this. And I'm sure after the end of the day, end of the evening, you'll all have at least some takeaways from each and every speaker. And if we are able to motivate even 10% of the crowd, I think it's a job well done. Thank you so much for coming and joining us today. Thank you so much. I would request Mr. Radhakrishnan to come and give his opening keynote. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Deepak. On behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, I once again welcome you all for this today's Entrepreneurship Conclave 2022. Entrepreneurship is about business startups and renewals. That is, it appears at the time of starting new business, disappears for some time in the course of stabilizing the venture as an ongoing business, and reappears in case there is need for introducing changes in product, market, technology, structure, and so on. In fact, it is said that everyone is an entrepreneur when actually carries out new combinations and loses the character as soon as he has built up his business, when he settles down to running it as other people run their business. In developed countries, the distinction between the entrepreneurial focus on startups and managerial focus on routine is so sharp that it is argued that once the project has reached a level of maturity, the entrepreneurs must move out and the managers must come in. In developing countries, however, the concept of owner-manager seems more apt for entrepreneurship, as the entrepreneur remains attached even in the day-to-day operations of the venture. In fact, that lacking in managerial skills is often forwarded as the cause of business failures. Just as managers are expected to play entrepreneurial role in the times of need, likewise the entrepreneurs must also demonstrate managerial abilities for the success of their ventures. Irrespective of whether entrepreneurs pave the way for the managers or they themselves assume the managerial responsibilities, it is possible to distinguish between the terms entrepreneurship and management. India overtook the UK to emerge as the third highest country in the number of unicorns after the US and China, which added 487 and 301 unicorns respectively in 2021. Startups in India have grown remarkably over the last 6 years. The number of new recognized startups have increased to over 14,000 in 21-22 from only 733 in 2016-17. As a result, India has become the third largest startup ecosystem in the world after the US and China. While there is a remarkable progress and the number of patents granted in India is still a fraction compared to patents granted in China, USA, Japan, and Korea. According to the World Intellectual Property Organization, the number of patents granted in China, USA, Japan, Korea are at 5.3 lakhs, 3.52 lakhs, all in lakhs respectively in the year 2020. The promising sectors in West Bengal and the trend in India today are fintech, example Tax Mandra, Tax Stockage, food delivery, retail, beverage, example Momo as mentioned by Deepak, Karma Kettle, information technology is CBNITES, health tech is iCure, InSync, digital marketing, Meraki Digital, logistics is Truck Hall, handicrafts is Rad Planet and Companero, data analytics, Data Sutram, artificial intelligence is Mihoop, legal is Legal Sala. The above startups which I mentioned from the most promising sectors started their business in West Bengal and now spreading their wings across India. The Entrepreneurship Conclave 2022 is a very vibrant and preferred destination for entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators, where I am sure they will discuss, debate, dissect what the future holds in the vibrant atmosphere. The conclave is a platform for entrepreneurs to discover and unleash breakthrough ideas, innovations, and insights needed to realize their power to disrupt social, economic, and tech ecosystem. The conclave will also, I am sure, will identify and recognize entrepreneurs with outstanding entrepreneurial vision. In a nutshell, it is the ultimate networking platform, ensuring you meet the right people like experienced entrepreneurs, leading industry experts, government policy makers, active investors, both angels and institutions, influencers, facilitators, and of course corporate representatives who gather with only one agenda, that is business. I wish all the participants in today's conclave sure will be benefited and wish all the success in their entrepreneurial objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request Vinod Homagai, co-founder of Wow, to come and set the tone of the conference for the day.
Thank you, Deepak Bhaiya. And good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to the Bengal Chambers Entrepreneurship Conclave 2022. I'd like to start with a small poem I just hear in Amitabh Bachchan's movie. That तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है, तू चल, तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है, समय को भी तलाश है. तो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियां समझ न उसको वस्त्र तू, जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियां समझ न उसको वस्त्र तू, ये बेड़ियां निकाल के बना ले अपना शस्त्र तू, बना ले अपना शस्त्र तू. तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है, तू चल, तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है, समय को भी तलाश है. Good afternoon and welcome everyone, and I would like to thank each and every member of the Entrepreneurs Committee for putting their hard work for this program. So I welcome you all in this event, and I'd like to tell you something about the objective of this conclave as well as the Entrepreneurship Committee. This committee is formed to foster and collaborate with the entrepreneurs, their ideas, and connect with the innovative ideas, as well as connecting to the VCs, connecting to the investors, connecting to the mentors. So it is a platform to connect. So any entrepreneur here in this hall, you can connect to the Bengal Chambers Entrepreneurs Committee anytime, whenever you feel any support, you will be always welcome. Our committee is also headed by expert people like Deepak sir. There are other people, big people are there in the committee. So you will also get some mentorship, some help whenever you feel like. So I think the younger entrepreneur and young people should connect to this committee. And today we have got a lot of success story to be shared, presentation to be given by Canara Bank and also Haldia Institute of Technology. So I feel privileged and to open the today's conclave. Thank you. Thank you. Tapanda, over to you.
Thank you. We come to the end of this brief welcome session. Now we have a few special presentations in this conclave, and for this I would request Mr. Deepak Daftari to come over to the dais and conduct the session. Thank you.
The first special presentation we have is from Sri Narendra Kumar. AGM, MSME, Canara Bank. Shri Narendra Kumar has joined Canara Bank in 1993 and completed 29 years of banking service. During his 29 years long banking career, he has worked in various capacities including credit, risk management, HR, forex, which includes both exports and imports throughout India, overseas service of OEs in Gulf countries. He has headed various branches and has worked at regional office, circle offices overseeing executive. He has worked in various parts of India including Haryana, Punjab and West Bengal. He has rich experience in various segments of banking including branch banking, corporate banking, MSME credit, foreign exchange, credit monitoring, risk management, compliance, etc. He is taken charge of as a Assistant General Manager of MSME for Kolkata Circle since the last 2 years, and he would be giving a presentation in continuation of the program today. Over to you, sir, Shri Narendra Kumar.
Good evening all. Before presenting our PPT for Canara Bank, I want to share something about Canara Bank. It's my privilege to be here amongst all of you, and for that I sincerely thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I am here today representing Canara Bank, which is one amongst the top PSU bank and serving the nation since 116 years with its founding principles. The founding principles are to remove superstitions and ignorance, to spread education among all to serves the first principle, to inculcate the habits of thrift and savings, to transform the financial institutions not only as the financial heart of the community but the social heart as well, to assist the needy, to work with sense of service and dedication, to develop a concern to follow human being and sensitivity to the surroundings with a view to make changes, remove hardships and sufferings. We are having more than 9,700 branches across India and also having our overseas presence. With the strong bonding with our customer base, our total business as of June 22 was more than 19 lakh crores, and we are expecting to cross 20 lakh crores shortly. Our MSME customer base in West Bengal is approximately 55,000 and financial assistance to the tune of 4,500 crores. Our bank has extended financial supports to various industries like infra, textile, food processing, engineering, chemicals, iron and steel, etc. Continuous and consistent growth is the key factor lead the bank to the present situation. Because all are entrepreneurs here, they will be very keen to know about the products available with us. We are having an array of products for the new entrepreneurs and existing entrepreneurs as well. For that, I request my team members here. We are having dedicated MSME verticals. My MSME vertical head for this place, which is stationed at Hare Street, Mr. Achinto Mandal. He is here, and to assist her marketing executive, Mrs. Srila Das is also here. I request Mrs. Srila Das to present the PPT. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am from MSME Sulabh. MSME Sulabh is basically formed to take care about especially MSME loans. A brief presentation from Canara Bank I am giving. Canara Bank is one of the largest public sector bank in India, established by our great founder father Sri M.M.B. Subbarao Pai on 1st July 1906, and it's serving society for more than 116 years. More than 19 lakhs crore of total business size. And India is now growing and special emphasis on MSME. That's why our Canara Bank also formed special MSME department. Like in Kolkata also in a special MSME hub is there. We are only taking care of MSME proposals. And if you take MSME overview, that MSME contributes 30% of India's GDP, and total exports of MSME related products is 45% of overall exports. Actually, the vision, the planned implementation and motivation, that has changed the mind and perception of every Indian about MSME. And the vision Make in India has placed the country on the track of self-reliance. That's why we can see that in India 6.3 crore MSME units are there, which gives employment to 11.10 crore people. And only 6% of the MSME units have received bank credit. And we all know about the definition of MSME. Just have a look that for manufacturing and service sector, for net investment less than equal to 1 crore and net turnover is less than equal to 5 crore, that is categorized at micro. And for small also we can see that the net investment less than equal to 10 crore and net turnover is less than equal to 50 crore, that is under category small category. And for medium we can see that net investment is less than equal to 50 crore and net turnover is less than equal to 250 crore, that is under MSME categorization. And if you talked, nowadays we are very much talked about a zero defect, zero effect certification. What is that? The scheme is an extensive drive to create proper awareness in MSME about ZED manufacturing and motivate them to assess their enterprise for ZED and support them after ZED assessment, MSMEs can reduce different kind of wastages substantially, increase productivity and expand their market as IOPs, the vendors to CPUs, etc. That's why like ZED is very much important, and eligibility we can see that all MSME registered with Udyam registration portal, they are eligible. And the different categorization is also there, gold, silver and bronze. And I have already discussed that we have in our circle office dedicated team of MSME department is also there, and in our like regional office also dedicated MSME department is also available. And also for project appraisal also different project appraisal sales also available in circle office. And the major thing is steps to register new startups with DIPP. We all know about DIPP, that Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion. So we are now discussing that what is the importance of DIPP. That here are different steps are available for DIPP, and basically for startups who are like thinking for new startup, that they have no idea how to start up a new project. So that's why DIPP certification is very much important for them. And first step 1, 2, 3, there are some steps that incorporation of business, that they have to think like how to incorporate a business like partnership firm or proprietorship or private limited company. That's why the partnership deed should be registered. If there is a private limited company, that should be ROC registered, this kind of information. After that, registering business with a Startup India scheme. If a business entity is registered with Startup India like website, then they can get different benefits from them, like under Startup India. And third thing that is the most important, that what are the documents required to be uploaded online for startup. That is that the support letter from one of the startup funded by state government of authority or any incubator recognized by the government of India. We can see that from DICs also we can get the approval. And letter of funding which should not be less than 20% in equity by angel investor or incubation fund. And certification for incorporation of business. These are the steps or documents required for the startups. And step 4 is application for available tax benefits and IPR related benefits. There we can get a different type of tax benefits also, and self-certification of documents. And last we are getting, after this uploadation of documents, we are getting the recognition number and certification of DIPP. If we are having DIPP certificate, then we are very much eligible for a bank loan, and then we have to give the projected balance sheet that what is requirement and upcoming our project and what is the idea throughout. So in this way we can apply a loan like for startups. And we in Canara Bank, we are having lot of products under MSME, that Canara GST, that is the main famous product in our Canara Bank. Canara Contractor, MSME Cap, Canara Udyog, Canara Caravan, and other many products are available. So I am just giving a small brief about our products. I am not giving you in details. Like we have a very good product, that is Canara GST. You can see the opportunity in Canara GST. Under this, MSME borrower can get the maximum benefit from this Canara GST. This is a very, very easy product and easy to avail also. And loan amount is from 10 crore to 10 lakh to 5 crore you can avail. And the eligibility criteria also very, very nice. This is a very famous product in our Canara Bank, you can see. And rate of interest also you can see from there. And next is Canara Contractor. It is also very nice product to provide working capital like fund-based, non-fund-based, and term loan facilities available for contractors and subcontractors. Loan amount also from 10 lakh to 10 crore you can avail from under Canara Contractor. These are products like collateral security, different criteria is there, you can see here. I am not giving you in detail. Next is Canara MSME Cap. This is also very nice product under Cap for all MSME manufacturing and service sector you can get. And here loan amount maximum for manufacturing sector is from 10 lakh to 20 crore and service sector from 10 lakh to 10 crore. And here also for term loan and working capital, different criteria is there for urban and metro and rural category. You can see from our slide. Processing charge also you can see. And one different product is Canara Udyog for all manufacturing and ancillary business units. Here also quantum is from 10 lakh to 10 crore. Repayment criteria, margin, everything you can see, and security 125% of the limit apart from the asset created out of bank finance. And after that our product is for Canara Caravan. It is basically for transport operator for goods and passengers under micro, small and medium enterprise. It is also a specialized product. Here margin you can see is 15% to 25% and minimum 25% collateral security by way of land and building or CTMLC. Here also you can see the details. I am not giving into details. And besides that, our other products also available, that like Stand Up India for PMEGP from Canara Bahan, for doctor also doctor choice is available, for Canara Smart Professionals, for architects, civil engineers, different product is available under MSME category. And we also cater the need of manufacturing trading service units for their term loans and working capital requirement, both fund-based, non-fund-based. And I can tell you that in our circle office, our special project appraisal sale is also available. They are basically for new projects, new startups. If you have any idea for project appraisal, you can get a help from our circle office. I'm sharing you the details of some numbers. You can contact us directly in circle office. Also our AGM's number is available. From circle office, Mr. Devashish Sutradhar is present here. He is also available. And from our MSME Sulabh, our divisional manager Sri Achinto Kumar Mandal is available, and I am also available, Srila, and our number is also there. So you can contact us. We are here to give you the service. Thank you.
Thank you, Shilaji. A bank can be an integral partner on the road and being the startup to grow into the full-fledged business. Here, whenever you are selecting for a bank, there should be minimum 4 things which you should see on a banker from your bank. One thing is clarity. Whenever there are many banks in the market, and they are having a area of products with them. As a bank, as a entrepreneur, because there is a limited source for you, and out of that limited sources, you have to select the best. So in that situation, you have to find out which bank is giving a more clarity to you on the funding part or any other things. There will be a costing involved in it. There will be interest. There will be processing charges who are giving more clarity to your need. That will be a criteria for you to select on this. The second thing is education. Bank not only give the finance or the current accounts and all these things, they also educate how you are going to prepare your project reports, what will be the future requirements for your funding and how that can be met out. For that, our bank is having our dedicated project appraisal cells which can help you out to prepare your projects report, to prepare your future financials. So here, who can give you that service? That will be your area to find out the suitable bank for you. Third thing is advocacy. Advocacy means in a business there will be always up and down. Many a time when you are growing, everybody will be here to help you out. But the situation will not remain same. Sometimes there will be a downturn also. Who will be there to help you out at that time? Who will be there standing beside you? Who will be advocating for you? Yes, we have to give the finance. We have to continue the support to this client. So here, you have to think about whenever you are going for deciding a bank. And last but not the least, service. Who can give you better service? This is always a criteria. And our bank, Canara Bank, is fulfilling all these things. So I am here with the request, because you are a new age of entrepreneurs, and there are some persons who are already existing entrepreneurs. So be linked with the Canara Bank. Give a chance to the service to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I would now request Mr. Deepak Daftari to present a memento as a token of our appreciation to Mr. Kumar. The second presentation is by Mr. Amal Kumar Datta, Officer on Special Duty, Haldia Institute of Technology. May I invite Mr. Amal Kumar Datta onto the dais, please. Thank you, Mr. Datta, for coming.
For those of you who don't know, Haldia Institute of Technology was the first private engineering college in this part of the country in 1996. They are the pioneers in the private sector when it comes to engineering education. Sri Datta had retired as GM, Management and Services, Haldia Dock Complex in June 2020 after having worked there for 36 years. He had also served Haldia Municipality as advisor for some time before joining Haldia Institute of Technology. At HIT, Sri Datta is playing a key role in bridging the gap between the academic institute and the industry and use of the respective resources for the benefit of industries, institute and its students and society. He'll be giving a detailed presentation showcasing as how HIT has been gearing up for developing a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem at Haldia Industrial Area. Over to you, Mr. Datta.
Thank you, Mr. Daftari. It's good evening. The eminent personalities present on the days and off the days. It's my privilege, after having served in the infrastructure sector for about 36 years and with little bit of experience in municipal affairs, it's really my privilege to address this August gathering as representative of a technical institute, which being the first engineering college in West Bengal before this August gathering. You know, being born and brought up outside Bengal, I was very proud of telling in my childhood days, you know, what Bengal thinks today, India thinks tomorrow. So when I joined Haldia Institute of Technology, and I was carrying this, and then you know, after certain amount of time, I thought, you know, maybe this particular thing is really fading away from the mind of everybody. But when I joined Haldia Institute of Technology, what I find, there is no dearth of thinking in the mind of Bengal. Bengal still flourishes on a lot of thinking. But what I found, those thinkings, I'm talking in the perspective of HIT, those thinkings are remaining within the boundary of, within certain boundary, it's not coming out. When I discussed with the faculty members, I found they are having large number of ideas. But those ideas are not finding place in the commercial market. And that was the problem. And that's why I think, yes, Bengal still thinks. But Bengal is unable to power their thinking into the commercial market. And then when Rajoshi phoned me up, you know, a few days back, only 2-3 days back, sir, you know, you are powering our, you know, in conclave. So I said, what do you want from me? I said, I want a logo. I said, why only logo? Why not, let's give a presentation, let's try to power the conclave. Our purpose of coming here is to showcase what Haldia Institute of Technology is trying out to really power the entrepreneurial drive, of course, and BCCI being the platform that we have chosen because we got that opportunity. So with this, I'm starting my this thing presentation, and which one? Yeah. This is a brief about Haldia Institute of Technology. We are A-grade institute, we are autonomous status because we can devise our own syllabus, we can teach our own this thing. We have all kinds of BTech, we have 14 BTech courses and 7 or 8 MTech courses. Then we are quite, I mean, these are all the basic things that we have. What we have is, we have all the credentials that is required to run our well-known technical. And you can see from the student strength, student on board today is 5,078. And of course, there are faculty members in 2,283. And this is another thing, we have the top recruiters who are visiting us, and our recruitment percentage is almost 100%. And thanks to our training and placements, and thanks to all of you who are sponsoring us, who are helping us to grow and help our students to get a reasonably good job. But let me tell you, so why have we come here? What's our objective being a technical institute? What I heard that earlier we used to come and say, so we are from HIT and we generate very good students who are capable of being employed and they can serve your organizations very well. But sir, today our perspective of coming here is no. We are no longer we don't want to remain as the job seekers, but the job providers. We want to tell you, sir, we want to connect you. We want to connect with the entrepreneurs. We want to connect with the innovators. We want to connect with the investors. We want to tell you, sir, we are generating new ideas every day for meeting societal needs. No entrepreneurship can succeed unless that tries to address the need of the common people of our country. On the entire entrepreneurship drive should stem from the basic thing. We are trying to address the need of the society, the growing need in different areas. Yes, sir, we are encouraging the ideas to emerge as viable products. We don't want our ideas to remain within our boundary. We want those to come to as a viable product. And that's what we want to say. And we'll come to the next slides. We have, for the last 1 year or so, we have started, our faculty members have started helping the local industries. Haldia has a lot of industries. Most are the flourishing industries. Those industries, our faculty members are going, and we are as a consultant, we are providing some academic supports, and that's why we have started connecting the industries. That's also helping our students through consultancies, through management development programs. We are started skilling up the local students, 10 dropouts. We are trying to also, trying to take over some schools for technical education. We're going to start discuss with this government of West Bengal. And so we are trying to skill up the students for enhancing their employability and entrepreneurship. And we have been given a scheme by the All India Council of Technical AICTE. And we are today proudly announcing that we have been recognized by MSME Government of India to set up incubation center. About a couple of months back, MSME has declared Haldia Institute as the host institute for the Eastern India to come up, to set up and to encourage the innovative thinking into some viable products. And moreover, about 50 ideas were given to the MSME Government of India, and 7 ideas have been chosen, and our Honorable Prime Minister announced 250 products, out of which 7 ideas were from Haldia Institute of Technology, and those ideas we are going to incubate, and I'm sure with the help of everybody around you, all those ideas are going to be. So Bengal is no longer going to be a laggard kind of a state, but maybe in course of time, not only Haldia Institute of Technology and other technical institutes will come forward and take Bengal forward. So we are proudly announcing that we are going to set up an MSME HIT incubation center at HIT very soon. We are going to get a grant from the government, and in no time we are going to get that. Another thing is, All India Council of Technical Education has given up an idea lab, and that idea lab is going to help us to incubate the ideas and coming up with prototypes. What are we doing at the industrial front? We are scaling local youth. We are discussing with the industries. We are trying to make some training programs or skill development programs which the industries at Haldia are requiring. And then, of course, is EDPs, and then there is a development of incubation center, idea lab, and testing and research lab is another area where we are looking forward to, and of course, industrial consultancies, what we are doing it. These are some of the technical interventions. Our faculty members are entering into the industries. We are doing even a DPR for a chemical plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are doing it for Kolkata, assessment of residual life. Some of the birds, Adanis have got a birth yesterday. I mean, they are in the PPP project. Some of the birds, we are doing the consultancy for Kolkata Port Trust for the Haldia 2 birds and 3 birds of Kolkata, which they are going to mechanize in future. So, and we are doing their residual life calculations and some of the corrective steps that they should take before mechanizing the birds. Our faculty members are working on that. We are doing some feasibility study, even way back in Kandla, where they are going to come up with some bunkering facilities. So we are doing a project in Kandla. Now, corrosion is one of the areas. I'm telling you, the people, I mean, everybody around here is corrosion and pollution. Corrosion is one of the major problem of the industries at Haldia. A lot of paint companies are coming. Our faculty members are working very seriously to address this. Crores and crores of money is being wasted at Haldia Industries because of the corrosion. This is a typical problem at Haldia, which whether it's a port or it's a HPL, whether it's Haldia Energy Limited, everybody is having a problem with the corrosion. So and our faculty members are working on the corrosion. What is the right kind of a coat or a paint that should come up? Doing some kind of a in-depth study they are undertaking to find out a solution which is a long-lasting solution, and that can be one of the area for a big good entrepreneurship where coming up with the codes or the pains. And of course, another area where we have already showed our prowess in Bangladesh is, modifying, these rice mills and the brick kilns are polluting the industries like anything. Thousands and thousands, if you go to the Ganges, nothing is being done. One of our faculty is sitting here. He has come with me. He has done a very simple solution. By spending 75,000 to 80,000, you can reduce the carbon footprint by 80%. Very simple thing. Thousands of rice mills and this thing. We went to the pollution control board. They said, come up with a project, pilot project. If you come up with a pilot project, we're ready to issue an advisory for that. So we are working on a pilot project at Haldia. We have already done a pilot project at Bangladesh. They are very much satisfied. We are doing it in India today in Haldia with a brick kiln where we can reduce the carbon footprint by 75 to 80%, doing a little bit of that. And that solution has been given by the faculty of Haldia Institute of Technology. Then some industrial pollution controlling device, IoT-based industrial pollution controlling devices, automatic sprinklers and smart firefighting system. You can sit here and you can firefight at your residence from here. If you think your carbon dioxide level has gone up or something has gone up, so we are working on that. So these are the areas where we are doing the consultancies as well as and then is of course MSME HIT incubation center that's going to come up. All of you can make use of it. Incubation center is open for everybody. Whosoever will get a project, whosoever will get the idea, new idea approved by the MSME, you can come to Haldia Institute of Technology. You can do your incubation out there. We are going to set up. We are waiting for the government fund to be released and things will start happening. What are the focus areas that we are working today is agro waste to product. Already some work has been done. Then innovative packaging for shelf life enhancement. Already this has been recognized, all this agro waste to product, innovative, these are the MSME project. Reduction of carbon footprint, what we have already called. Then polymer based water purifiers, development of cyber physical tool. Solar based agricultural and general purpose equipment, value added food and beverage products, IoT based products and community service. Use of agro residues with coal and thermal power plants. We are meeting Haldia Energy Limited on Monday. And government of saying it's 5%, 10%, we say why not go to 10%, why not 15, 20% with the, if you can come up with some biomass briquettes or biomass, pellets and that's Government of India is working and our faculty members are seriously working on this and we are meeting Haldia Energy Limited on Monday to say if we can move beyond that. And that work has already started and we are going to submit a project to Government of India very soon after having talked to Haldia Energy Limited. So these are the areas where we are working. Another area where we want to work is coming up with a food testing laboratory, a center of excellence, because Haldia, there is Adani, there is Imami, there are many other food technology all around. If you come from Haldia, then you have the all the places up to Howrah, you have a lot of food, and so we are going to come up with the food testing laboratory, a center of excellence for training people and of course doing a lot of kind of research work on food technology. We are going to submit a project to the Government of India for grant. We have already worked out. And then of course we have already signed an MOU with Kalinga Institute of Technology, and with the help of them and with the BIRAC recognition, we are seriously thinking of coming up with a bio incubation facilities at Haldia. Only last month the HIT, the KIIT were here and we have signed an agreement and we are going to join hand and we are very seriously thinking of coming up with a bio incubation facilities at Haldia Institute of Technology. So this is what we are working on. Another area is of course AICT Idea Lab that we have come up so that we can encourage the students to come up with the prototypes. There are the CNC woodcutter, the 3D scanner, printer, all these equipment are here and we have already started working there. And the thing is, what we are doing, the students, they enjoy, they are making these prototypes. You can walk, you can see the photographs of what kind of prototypes they are making it, and you can do any kind of a prototyping and see whatever their idea, from their idea they are coming up with some new thinking, and with the help of this thing, they are doing it. So these are this is one of the picture of the Idea Lab, and these are the products that the models they are doing it now. Right now, we are encouraging the students to make models, think about anything and make models, and from the models which can go to the market in course of time. These are the interesting things that they are doing it. We are just showing it what you can do with all these things. You must be knowing about it. But the students, not only of Haldia Institute of Technology, but the students around the schools and other colleges are visiting, other industries are visiting, and they're enjoying the facilities of IIT Idea Lab, and that is encouraging them to think and then see what the thinking is giving an outcome. So outcome of the thinking, what we are saying it here, they are making guitars, they are making all those kind of things, and they are enjoying, and that's really promoting their thinking power. Of course, in skill development, we are again a partner of AICT as a Karma scheme. We have started training up skill development of the school dropouts, then advanced level scaling for the students of the technical institutions and the school students. The school students, we are also working for the local industries. We are issuing them diplomas. A lot of people who have the certificate courses, like few days back, we completed a course for Tata Steel, their improvement. We are talking to Mitsubishi and others, and then of course short-term EDPs we are conducting. So this is the way we are also helping the people around the region of Haldia region to improve their skill, for improving their employability. Even they can start their self-employment with certain amount of skill development. Sir, what we are looking for, sir? We are looking for a correction. We want the ideas which are generating every day at HIT. Whatever prototype we are doing, they should come to the market. We want to connect with all of you, sir, as our mentors. We invite all of you present here to be our mentors. Let not those ideas remain with you, get ultimately stacked into some almirah. They should find a place in the market. I'm requesting all the investors who are present here, all the innovators who are present here, all of those who are present here, all the entrepreneurs who are present here, be in touch with us, connect with HIT, so that the ideas, those are being generated by the students, by the faculties in different areas, should place a find in the market. And tomorrow we will be coming here, next year maybe coming here and will say we have generated at least 4 or 5 startups. So the next time, next conclave, sir, we want to come before you and say, sir, we have started few startups. And for that, we need the help of all of yours, your encouragement, your connect. And we have come here, sir. So we want to power really with our thinking the success of this entrepreneurship conclave to take Bengal forward in the field of entrepreneurship. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I think we have time for a couple of quick questions. I would take the liberty of asking a few of them. So there are incubation facilities and then there are incubation facilities. The incubation facility you run, how is it different? How would you say that it sets you apart from the plethora of options available to startups today?
So what I said, we are from our incubation center. Incubation center is located well within a technical institute, and I believe most of the ideas are getting generated from the faculties and the students, because they are doing some kind of research. Faculties are doing research continuously, and from there, they are the best people to first understand the basics of different sciences and how it can be used for the well-being of the mankind ultimately, how it's going to come up with the product. One of the benefit is the intellectual strength that's there within a technical institute. And when the technical institute is using this thing into empowering their intellectual strength into a commercial, commercial venture, there, I think we are successful in the sense that we have a technical mentorship locally available. So that locally available, and there is a multidisciplinary approach there. When you're in the institution, there are the faculty members encompassing all streams of science and technology. So they are empowering. So whenever some idea is getting generated, it is being discussed amongst the various streams of engineering, and then the idea that is ultimately getting fructified is something which is worth taking a shape in the commercial market. So that way, I think, since we are in a very nascent stage, we are not saying that we are already into the business of incubation, but we have the desire to be in the business, and we have been recognized as a competent institute to set up a incubation center on behalf of NSAB. So, but what we are sure that we have the strength, the confidence of our faculty, the desire of our faculty. That I think is making us I think we will be a successful. We'll make this incubation into a successful venture in coming days. That's why that's what I personally feel. But the time will see. Time will see how it ultimately shapes. Because
rightly said, sir. I think motivation plays a
motivation, the desire, and the intellectual strength that you have, and that intellectual strength is all the time trying to address the various issues they find all around you. So when Professor Piyush Katu was saying a long grass called June Ghash at Haldia. Everybody curses at June Ghash, it makes our life difficult during monsoon season. I said, I'll make a composite out of that. I'll make a composite out of that, and I'll make a door and after a few days when government will say no plywood, in place of plywood, my composite door from the June Ghash will play the key role in the business.
I think it's aptly said that every diversity presents an opportunity in itself. The way you see it makes all the difference. I think we have time for one more question, but a very relevant and pertinent question. You run an engineering institute, and theoretical aspect of life is much different from the practical side of things. What happens in a college is way different from what happens in real life once you step into the practical aspect of your life. So how does your institute try to prepare students for the industry connect, or prepares for the real ecosystem which awaits them once they come out of the doors of your institute? How is it that you prepare them for the journey which is the journey of life?
So one thing, advantage of Haldia is technology. The word Haldia, itself clarifies that. Haldia is an industrial hub, and most of the students, they stay in the hostel. They are not like in Kolkata. Most of the people they are the day scholars, but they stay in the hostel. So they get the opportunity of looking around the industrial environment at Haldia. So whenever you move around, what you see at Haldia, you see Ganges and you see the industries. You don't see anything else. So that itself prepares the students. That itself brings in something. The industrial connect is, you can visit any of the industries. You can visit Kolkata Port, you can visit Indian Oil, you can visit, and all sorts of industries. So one of the advantages that we have, we can visit any industry at any point of time and make the students feel the industrial environment, talking to their senior executives, talking to their engineers, talking to their executives, the students and the faculties sometimes the mindset get more industry focused because they see industry around. So this is the way, and the only thing what we are doing is we are connecting the industries, because when you look into the consultancies that our faculties are doing today, when they are doing some industrial consultancies, attaching with the industries, the students get also involved in working out the consultancies. We are not a typical consultant farm, but we are, our faculties look into the consults a different way, not in the commercial manner, but in a different way altogether, going into the problems, looking into the problem, coming to the solution, discussing amongst the faculties, and then coming up, discussing with the students. So this is the way through the consultancies and through the industrial visits and the Haldia itself, the industrial environment that Haldia places before you, that makes the mindset different for the student. The students are having different mindset altogether as compared to many other institutes who don't see industry around them so easily.
Thank you so much, sir. It's been a pleasure hearing you, and it's been an honor that you could come and spend some time with us and share your thoughts. I'm sure Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Entrepreneurship Committee in particular can be of some help to this journey which you have undertaken. And if we can even be any change maker in your journey, we would be happy to do so. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all. On behalf of HIT, again, next year, my heartiest thanks to BCCI for giving us this opportunity, and thanks to the August gathering for hearing us and appreciating the journey on which we have embarked upon. Thank you very much.
I would request Mr. Deepak Daftari to present a memento on behalf of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce to Mr. Datta. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of the first two presentations. And we move on to the next session, which is a session on conversation, one-to-one conversation with all successful entrepreneurs who have excelled in their field by the chairperson, the co-chairperson and members of our entrepreneurship committee. Fireside chat. In the first chat, we will have Mr. Deepak Daftari, chairperson, entrepreneurship committee of the Bengal Chamber and director and CEO, DD Web Vision Private Limited, with Mr. Anirudh A. Damani, managing partner, Artha Venture Fund. May I invite both of them to this dais, please? They will be mainly discussing the investor perspective on startup. Thank you.
Thank you, Tapanda. I think now we move on to the more interesting aspects of the program. When we were having committee meetings about the program and how we structure it, we gave it a lot of thought, and we were in the process of making panels with multiple speakers. But then some of the committee members came up with the idea that when you make a panel, you have multiple speakers, and because of the paucity of time and the content involved in the proceedings, you do not get the best out of each speaker. When people travel, as Anirudh has traveled from Mumbai, and people like him have a very busy schedule, there are others who have traveled from their busy life, from their business decisions. I think we do not do a lot of, I think rather we do a lot of disservice if we cannot bring the best out of them. That's where we took the decision that this entire session today evening will be a one-to-one fireside chat where you can have deep down drilling to the core of the person and ask questions which we wouldn't have been possible, because if there are multiple speakers, it doesn't give us really that time. So I think without much ado, we'll start with the fireside sessions. And it's my pleasure to introduce Anirudh Damani, Managing Partner, Artha Venture Fund, whom I have known for quite a few years now, who's been a dear friend, from whom I have learnt a lot of things. And I'll read out his info, but the discussions, I think, will bring out more interesting aspects than what you hear from me right now. With over 15 years of entrepreneurial experience, Anirudh is a fourth generation entrepreneur and a second generation investor from the Damani family. He is the managing partner of Artha Venture Fund, India's first early stage micro VC firm, and was the first to introduce the concept of micro VC firms in India. Under his leadership, Artha Venture Fund has made significant investments in the B2B, SaaS, B2C, FinTech and Space Tech segments. After a successful sales and entrepreneurial stint in Texas, he moved back to India in 2012. He started investing in mentoring early stage founders through his family office's alternative investment arm, Artha India Ventures. His initial investments included multi-bagger investments in Oyo Rooms, Tala, Exotel, Purple, Interstellar, Kootloot, Mobile Wala, Beardo, Confirm Ticket and Karza. His stellar cumulative portfolio now has over 106 investments spread across India, the US and Israel. In addition to Artha Ventures, he is also co-founded Artha Energy Resources under the business umbrella of Artha Group. Based on his early stage investment strategy, Anirudh launched India's first early stage micro VC firm, Artha Venture Fund, AVF, aimed at being a 200 crore $30 million fund, but ended up at 225 crore corpus. His knack for picking winners is evident from the 10.2x multiple on investments his overall startup portfolio has delivered in less than a decade at an IRR of 60% plus. Artha Venture Fund's dedicated portfolio include Agnikul, Lane Dean Club, Hobspace, Piggy Ride, Dalchini, Star Clinch, and more. A double major from Austin College in Sherman, Texas, Anirudh has an exceptional work-life balance. He is passionate about adventure, travel, focusing on deep-sea diving, skydiving, blogging, and is a die-hard cricket fan. I am sure all of you are going to enjoy this conversation. Can we have a round of applause for Anirudh? Good to see you, Anirudh, back.
Thank you so much. It's always glad to be back in this city of Kolkata, city of joy.
I think last we had you was 5 or 6 years back. You had shared your journey. You had just about started your fund, and we've come a long way from there.
Yeah, I think the entire Indian ecosystem has come a long way. I think, I don't think today where we're sitting, when we're talking about technology, and I think the room has at least 2 to 3 times the number of people when we had then the last time. I think a lot has changed, right? I think many of us were thinking about the kind of volume we see online today. We were thinking about that would happen 10 years later, 2029. Maybe some of us did not even believe our own estimations at that time. 2030 is too far. People won't remember what we had said 10 years ago. But now we're seeing the kind of volume, there was some recent statistics that 99% of India's PIN codes have received an online delivery in the last 6 months. 99% coverage, right? I mean, could you have thought of that 5 years back when we were sitting in that room? We were still discussing how difficult it was to move a product between Bengal and even Orissa, right? Because of all the issues at the borders of these states. And today, you're looking at you're looking at people shipping freshly made banana chips from small homes in Kerala all the way up to Calcutta. And I met this founder. It's not funded at all, does 1,200 orders a day, completely sells only on Amazon, and he's one of those founders that tells you that I can't ship this and deliver it to you tomorrow, right? It's that when you order it, you have to wait for a week, and then it shows up because he only makes those chips after you order them. And we've come to an ecosystem where people are paying 500 rupees and are willing to wait for a week for freshly made homemade banana chips from Kerala. I think the world has completely changed, at least for India.
So before we go on to the more formal talk over your fund and your investments and the data which I read out, much before you started your fund, you were a very successful investor in your own individual capacity. So I think people have heard you on multiple platforms across your journey for Artha Venture Fund, how you invest, where you invest, the investment philosophy and all. Before that, I want to give the audience a flavor of your investment journey when you used to invest as an individual investor. I think that story would be much more interesting than you as a fund manager. So why don't we start with that today? That what was your philosophy? How did you get started into your personal investment journey? And then we'll come to the fund part of it.
So I think to even start there, Deepak will go back a few years before that. I think the best entrepreneurs are the people who build a business because there is such a massive pain point that they have to address it by building a business, right? Entrepreneurs are people that literally see the world as it should be in their eyesight, right? And I think I have a similar experience. I started as a door-to-door salesman. So my first job was that I used to knock on 100 doors a day in a small town called Midland and Odessa. It's only made famous because George W. Bush II was born there. My first 7 months at the job, I used to get to the office in shorts and a binder, and I was asked to walk from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. You had to knock on 100 doors. You had to prove you knocked on 100 doors. I don't have any feeling on my left knuckle because I've knocked on so many doors, and it's a true story. Doing that for 7 months, I then went out to build a commercial energy division. I ended up buying the business and then selling it 3 years later. And when I came to India, I actually came to India to become a commercial energy broker. That's what I wanted to do, right? But when I landed in India at the time, I landed at a time when the government and a bunch of scams had happened all in infrastructure, and they were all done by brokers. So if I had, you know, my profile with hashtags, I just had the wrong hashtags, right? I was in infrastructure and I was a broker and I was dealing with energy. So I would not get any time of the day from anybody. So after 2 years of really struggling, you know, I did a few deals and I had a very tough time dealing with banks and dealing with the government. I started investing because I was like, कि ये India में business करते कैसे हैं, right? I don't understand after 12 years of being in the US. So I started investing in startups just to inquire, you know, how do these guys do business? So after the first 20 startups were therefore more like a hobby. And then once I got the knack of it, it became something more professional for me. And the concept that I went for was very simple, Deepak. I just said, you know what? I'm not a techie. I don't understand a word of, you know, a word of programming. I don't know even how to write programs. So I will only invest in things I understand. So I put the onus on the entrepreneur that you make me understand your business in less than 5 minutes. If you can't do that, then you yourself don't understand your business, right? And that philosophy I hold even today, that the smartest guy in the room when someone's pitching is the founder, not me. Because he knows the business way better than I do. But it is, the prerogative is on the guy who's smarter to dumb it down for the guy who's dumber, right? And that if a founder can do that, I have realized that 8 times out of 10, he will definitely build a very successful business because he knows the business he's in, and that's so critical.
So I think somewhere it boils down to what you do is very similar to what we do in our domain industry. Just the way you said right now that if the founder is not able to explain you his product or concept in a limited, let's say 1 or 2 minutes, it's not worth your time. We have the same concept in our domain industry that if you have a domain name and you have to explain what actually is the domain name, it's not worth investing in the domain name. So I think somewhere it boils down to the generic thought that if you make it simple enough for the idea to percolate to somebody who has no background in your industry, and then you understand and are still interested, I think that makes the idea worthwhile to invest.
Absolutely. I think the best ideas are the ones that are the simplest, right? I mean, look at Wow Momos, right? It's not a complex business, but they've taken a very simple item and they've made it into such an amazing array of items. I mean, I've been a big fan of Vinod. I've sent entrepreneurs his way to learn from him because, you know, that's the simplicity and the beauty is that you did not have to build a very complex business to make it very big, right? And today everybody in India knows who Wow Momos is. And there are every example, like look at Oyo, for example. We're first round investors in Oyo. When we exited Oyo in 2016, it was a 300x multiple in less than 4 years.
So how much did you invest in Oyo? No, your investment, your initial.
My initial investment, so there was 14 angels who together put in 35 lakh rupees into the company. When we exited at the time, that was the largest angel exit that had happened in India since PVC investing had started in India. 300x in less than 4 years. And it put, you know, it really put the focus that, you know, what Oyo built was something so simple. Oyo did not promise you anything that was complex. It said, you know what, we'll give you a clean room, we'll give you free Wi-Fi, we'll give you free breakfast. That's it. Nothing else was promised to you. You were not promised that you would have swimming pools, you were not promised that there would be butler service or you would have, you know, room service. Just those 3 elements initially built out a business that in 7 years, from 2012 to 2019, I was doing a conversation with some guys, you know, with one of the exchanges, and I was talking in a closed room, and I was telling the guys that in 7 years, your blind spot was you let an 18-year-old kid build a company worth 75,000 crores in 7 years, which was valued more than all Horeca companies in the listed exchanges combined. At that time, they were all combined 58,000 crores, and their blind spot allowed a business to be built which was worth 75,000 crores. I think that changed a lot of mindsets. Because now look at each and every major Indian company, they all have allocations to invest in startups. They are investing in funds. Everybody from Reliance to Mahindra's, you know, to ITC, all of them have a startup arm, you know, and they're very, very aggressive. And the best part is that they've extremely founder friendly, right? And that's been a big change in the industry, that even when a Jio is acquiring you, Jio makes sure that, or Reliance makes sure that the angels definitely make money, right? And I think that's a huge mindset shift that has happened in the last 5 years, and therefore we're exploding as an ecosystem.
I think you might also be aware that Oyo is the only Indian brand which has its own resort on the famous Las Vegas Strip. So once you land up there, you see the big Oyo brand in one of the most prominent strips anywhere in the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think they, and several more companies have literally put India on the world map.
So now coming to the investment journey of your fund, why don't we talk about some of your companies which you thought might do okay, not so well, but have turned out to be brilliant companies, and companies wherein you had a lot of faith, but ultimately did not pan out the way you thought they might pan out?
I mean, I can talk about several examples, even fund or non-fund, but one company that really has blown us away, not just me, they've blown away all my investors, every person who's invested in the company, plus even if you think about my investment committee, was blown away, is the company called Len Den Club, right? It's India's largest peer-to-peer lending platform. When we invested in that company, they were doing loans. So what peer-to-peer lending is that if Deepak wants a loan, then instead of getting it from a bank, he gets it from 30 investors who all go to a platform, and Deepak has put up his profile, and he says, listen, I need this money for a medical loan, etc., etc. And 30 people, 40 people decide to put 500 rupees each, and he gets money. When he started, there was no digital platform. So there would be a guy from his office who would literally stand at a bank to get the franking done and get the loan disbursed. It would take 3 to 4 days for you to get money. Today, he disburses a loan to you within 24 hours, sometimes within 6 hours. This company has gone from, doing a loan a month, and everybody thought that when I was investing in the company, ki iska kuch hoga nahi, right? That is such a difficult business. Who in India is going to give money to people that they've not met? Why would they trust your platform? Super excited to tell you that last month, which is the month of August, this company has lent 1,000 crores in just a single month to over 3.5 lakh people that have borrowed money from the platform. Over 10 lakh people lent on the platform. It literally is doing the work of a bank today without requiring it to be, a full-scale bank. People on the platform make between 12 to 15% net of NPAs, and people can borrow money for multiple uses. I mean, people have borrowed money for medical emergencies. People have borrowed money to pay rental deposits. SMEs have borrowed money to meet working capital requirements. This was simply unbelievable. I had never thought that this would become 1,000 crores a month. But now they're telling me that the next target is 5,000 crores a month. I can no longer bet against this guy. I think if he's saying it, he'll definitely do it. And I think that's one of the examples. Just a very simple idea, a very committed team, did not raise a lot of capital. They just raised their Series A in December. And until then, they'd only raised like 10-12 crores, right?
And if I remember correctly, you not only invested money, you also lend money on their platform.
I got every person on my team to lend money. I said, unless you're exposed yourself, you'll never know what's happening on the platform. And we would purposely go out there and actually withdraw money as well. Ki money lend karke dikha to raha hai ki paise ban rahe, but does the money actually come to you, right? So you have to get involved as an investor, right? Because otherwise, even the founders sometimes get, they're so blown away especially when you're growing so quickly. Unless you've got somebody on the ground giving you live feedback with a different perspective, because from the inside everything looks different, right? And from the outside things look very, very different. Unless you've got that kind of feedback going back to a founder, it's very difficult for them to sometimes see exactly what's happening. So every person in my team is a lender on the platform, right? Thankfully, no one on our team yet has borrowed. So because
you pay them well.
No, I think they get interest-free loans from us. So.
So coming to the other side of the spectrum, one or two examples of maybe companies, if you want to name, perfectly fine, which just blew in your face. You couldn't believe that. How could this happen?
No, definitely. I think, and I'll make it public, it was our first investment from the fund. I think it got written off in like 8 months. We had invested in a company called Hazari. In fact, Binod had sent them to you to learn as well. And the idea was simple that, you know, in India you've got all these chai tapparis, but you know, it's not a standardized play, right? And especially in the monsoon months, they become very difficult places, you know, with a lot of people getting dysentery, and because, you know, it's not very clean and healthy. So what they came up with the idea, three students of Doon, that they would create small chai tapparis. They would price the chai at 1/3 the price of Chai Point, right? And that was the benchmark. And they would set up all of these around offices and basically standardize the chai experience for the common office goer. Did very well for a little bit of time, but then the problem that arose for them was that a chai person will not pay more than 10-15 rupees for, right? Even today, I think chai on the street is like 10-15 rupees. How do you increase that AOV? And that's why I sent him to Binod, because Binod took that and their team actually made that into a much larger AOV. And unfortunately, we realized that while these guys understood how to make chai, they did not understand food, right? And food and chai pairing is a very critical thing. After having 16, 17 stores, you know, they started to plateau, and it just came to a point where the business wasn't working out. So we let them, you know, we told them that, listen, it's probably time to shut down. We tried getting them acquired, but it wasn't really big enough to get acquired. We wrote off the entire investment in December 2019. And honestly, if we hadn't written that off in 19, I think we'd have written it off in the pandemic. Okay, they needed physical stores. So that's. But when I invested in that business, I was so gung-ho about it, and I really thought that this was going to be a game changer. But we learned our lesson. I think you have to think about unit economics. You have to think about, despite it looking like a very, very big category, that, you know, and you think that, you know, I can definitely beat the guy that's running the chai tapri. He has a business model that you cannot beat, right? He's got the location that you cannot give up, and he knows how to collect money. So see, as a business, you're selling B2B, and you're trying to collect 3,000 rupees from a bunch of offices. A very difficult business, right? And then the office guy doesn't pay. You go back and again collect. If you're running it as a corporate, it's very, very expensive to do those B2B small ticket collections. But the local chai wala, you have to see his face every day. Yeah. So if you don't pay, right, he will, you know, keep staring you down every time, right? Ki babu abhi tak paisa nahi diya, babu abhi tak, you know. And so out of sheer shame, you will pay him. But the same cannot be done by somebody trying to run a B2B business and trying to collect small tickets. So I think we learned our lesson, and you know, and we in fact wrote a note to our investors explaining exactly where we went wrong. Hota hai.
So starting when I opened the conference, I spoke about doing things which are off the mark, doing things which people have not thought of doing, or which they think next to impossible. So when I met you in Mumbai in March, you shared a very interesting story of a company called Karza, and which now recently had an exit, a wonderful exit. So I would like you to share some portion of what actually Karza does, or how was it enticing to you, so that it brings out to the audience that money is not always a barrier. It is the out of process thought which makes or breaks a business.
Yeah, I think, you know, Karza. So Karza was a very simple business, right? What he was trying to say was, when a bank wants to lend money to an SME, right, and because the banks have a lot of requirements, and they have to obviously, you know, now all the issues that were there with giving out loans and not being able to back them up, but it's the way the Indian ecosystem is very opaque. It's very difficult for someone to lend, for a bank to lend money and to know everything about a business, because there are so many different things that can be done. For example, you know, there used to be a case until this Aadhaar and PAN linking happened, that there used to be people in India that held 6-7 PAN cards, right? And then with each PAN card, you could open up different companies, and then you could borrow money in different companies, and you would, you know, you could perpetrate scams doing that, right? Now, if you want to lend quickly, you need to find a way to have enough data to ensure that whatever I'm seeing in front of me is genuine. So this is what Karza did. Karza went out and created 600, they scraped data just literally from the internet. They just started scraping data, putting them into sets from 600 different databases. And then if a business came to them, for example, your business comes to them and you go to a bank, listen, I need to borrow 10 crore rupees because my production is increasing, I need to increase another line or I need to add another line to this factory. So the bank would then go into the system and then they would give you a score that would be based on the 600 odd databases to say whether your business is actually growing or not. So what they would do is that, let's say you said, "Kya mera business itna grow ho raha hai, that I need 10 crores because I'm growing 20% month on month." And then the system would tell you, how are you growing 20% month on month? Because your electricity consumption is going down 10% month on month, right? So how, what efficiency have you got that while electricity consumption goes down, production goes up? So something is off over here. And that kind of information to a bank, right, would let them immediately make a decision on lending. And the second product they came up with, which again helped the banks out, so they weren't going straight to the borrower, they're going to the banks to make their processes easier. The second thing they came out with was a product called K-Scan. K-Scan would allow the bank to dump their entire portfolio onto them, and they would then start scanning it and telling you, giving color codes or giving scores and saying, you know what, these are the accounts you should be paying attention to, and these are the accounts that are doing well, right? So it reduced the workload of a bank and made it easier and also made the banker more confident to lend money, right? And that changed the paradigm of how lending was getting done. Almost, I think, out of the top 25 banks in the country, 17 were their clients. They only raised in their entire lifetime 9 crore rupees, 9 or 8.5 crore rupees. And then they got acquired by a company called Perfios. Actually, there was a bidding war between a multinational company and Perfios, and Perfios eventually bought the company. The founders owned 70% of the company. The company got sold for 600 crores, right, in less than 3.5 years. The seed investors made a 60x multiple in 3.5 years on the company. And the founder has now become very famous. He just bought a 70 crore flat in Worli and all that. That's a different conversation altogether. But it was such a simple idea, right? Just, ye sare databases openly har jagah available hain. Can I put them into a system and make sense out of it? And that's how he built the business. And at the time of exit, he was doing almost 15 crore a month of revenue. He was, for that, I think this year, if you look at his audited balance sheet, I think he'll probably be about 10 crore in profit, net profit, PAT, right? Just because you raise money does not mean that you're allowed to make losses, right? He was making a profitable business and got acquired for 600 crores. I think that these are the kind of businesses that really, really excite me.
So I think probably an anomaly in the system that he was actually making a profit and not burning money and making thousands of crores in losses.
Many examples, yeah. I think Lendin Club this year has done an 11 crore PAT, right? They're profitable. There's another company in our portfolio called Everest Fleet. They've grown to this year they'll do a 650 crore top line, and they'll probably end up with at least a 50 crore PAT. So and these are all tech businesses, right? These are all, so the thing is, these are businesses enabled by technology. This is not technology finding a business, right? And then when that happens, that you have a business that is enabled by technology, profit becomes one of the dharmas of that business. And those businesses, at least to me, I can sleep very peacefully at night knowing that tomorrow morning, if the market shuts down and no funding happens for 10 years, this business will not die because the customers are giving him gross profits to tell him that you should grow, right? The journey of growth is being funded by the customer. See, venture capital should be the last resort for you to raise. Last resort. You must understand that us venture capitalists need 100% IRR from every business we invest in, which means every year you have our money, we need the money to double, right? So by the 4th year, you need to give me 16 times the money. By the 5th year, 32 times. By the 6th year, 64 times. That's my expectation. If you're growing anything less than that, you're going to lose the business. You will lose the business, we will become majority owners of your business. So it's the most expensive capital out there. It's called venture capital. Only approach it when you don't have anywhere else to go, right? And that money has to be deployed in areas where you will find the highest IRR for the capital. Many times businesses, they'll come to venture capitalists to finance working capital, right? And they don't realize that if you're financing working capital, which is at 24% IRR, like if you can borrow from a bank at 24% IRR for working capital, borrow from a bank at 24% IRR. आपको लग रहा है वो 2% ब्याज है, आपका वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट 6% ब्याज गिन रहा है हर महीने का, 6% नहीं, सॉरी 8% ब्याज गिन रहा है हर महीने का. So it is much cheaper to borrow money from a bank than to borrow from venture capitalists if you are going for working capital. So only come to us if you are prepared to grow at a breakneck speed, if you have a breakout happening. Otherwise, there are other forms of capital to raise. And I think, therefore, those businesses that understand where to use VC money and how to scale using VC money, you'll see those guys always be profitable.
So what you are essentially trying to say is that when you are at the cusp of a breakout means taking the next major leap in your business. That's when you people step in rather than your day-to-day working capital. You are not the guys whom people should talk to your working capital.
Absolutely not. I think this story is, and I think this story is also about Wamomos only. This is about one of their seed investors who met them at an event. And Binod, I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm taking all your thunder, but I am in Calcutta and I am a big fan. So when they were saying we were raising money, the question was asked to them was that, what do you need the money for? And the investor in his mind has already decided that if she says I need the money for operations, I'm not funding this. And the answer was, I need the money for growth. Right? And that's exactly why they got funded. And you have to realize you cannot run operations on venture capital. You just cannot. The money for venture capital has to get utilized for growth. If you're funding operations using VC, you're going to lose the business at some point. If not today, in the future.
So you've come across hundreds of entrepreneurs, if not thousands, super successful to super failures. And I'm sure every bunch has certain common traits. Now you've been in this industry long enough to spot the trends or patterns or qualities. So we'll start with the super successful ones. What are some of the key traits you've identified in these super successful entrepreneurs? And then we'll come to the not so super successful ones.
So I think the biggest trait that I've seen in entrepreneurs that are super successful is that they know their numbers. They know exactly where they're standing at any given point of time, and they're willing to face whatever is coming out of those numbers. Right? I have, so what I'm talking about is that because in Marwadis and in Gujaratis, we have this concept of seeing your trial balance every Friday. Right? Once a week you check your trial balance, so you know exactly whether I've earned money or lost money in the last week. I think that is, in some entrepreneurs, that is percolated down because they love seeing their numbers. They want to know, exactly how much have I grown since the last time I checked. They're like athletes, right? How does an athlete know he's getting better? Because the next time he's running the same distance, am I faster or slower? Right? When I'm swimming the same distance, am I faster or slower? Am I lifting more weight? Am I lifting lesser weight? It's that simple. Those entrepreneurs that are in love with their numbers and they know their numbers inside and out, they have systems to ensure the numbers are in their faces all the time. I have seen those guys perform, I think 9 times out of 10, or probably 99 times out of 100, they will do well. Because they know exactly where they're at and exactly where they're going at all times. I mean, I give you, just imagine a scenario that you are flying on a plane and there's a storm outside, and because of some turbulence, the door of the cockpit flings wide open, and you notice that it's complete darkness out there. And the pilot has no idea where he's at. The pilot cannot understand what speed he's at. He does not understand the altitude that he's at. And he's just trying to run around the controls. How confident are you that that pilot is going to land their aircraft? You know how many entrepreneurs run their business like that? They have no idea, how much is sold. They have no idea how much is accounts payable. They have no idea how much money is left. They have no idea how salaries are going to get paid. They're just flying an aircraft without any controls in a storm, no idea whether they're going to hit a mountain or whether they're flying over an open expanse of sea. No idea, right? Those entrepreneurs, I think they scare me, first of all, but I also feel there's a very common trait in founders that don't do well, that they're blissfully not aware of their numbers, right? So, so I think that's one that, could be plus or minus, but a second part that I've seen at least work very well with founders is the founders that build a business because there's a burning desire. A passion hai ki, that I believe this is wrong in the world and I need to fix it. And those guys, or girls for that matter, but I'm just saying, those kind of founders, those are the people that will work 24 hours because that's something they have to solve. So that's a very common trait, right? That those kind of founders, बहुत जुनून होता है, like their energy you cannot stop. You know that you just have to be there to make sure they don't spontaneously combust. So you just make sure that they tone down from time to time. But they're so involved, they're so aggressive about what they need to achieve. I think that aggression is super important to build a successful business.
So I had thought I wouldn't ask this question just not to make you uncomfortable, but I think every session should have one question which makes the speaker uncomfortable to a certain extent. The Anirudh Damani that I know doesn't shy away from a fight for what's right from wrong, from what's ethical to non-ethical. Would you like to share some of your thoughts on that side? Because this is an industry where good goes with bad. There are the gray areas also. There are not so good founders as well as there are some corrupt practices. Would you like to share something on those lines?
Absolutely. I think I have, and I've done it on both sides, right? We had a situation, and this is, I can't hide away from it because you can Google this on Economic Times. I had no idea that my blog was getting followed. So I wrote, one of the competitors to the business I was invested in, Exotel, started writing or telling their customers, Exotel's customers, that Exotel was running out of money and they were going to go bankrupt, and then they were trying to win accounts in that manner, right? And I come from a sales background. I come from, I learned business in Texas, and Texas is one of those states where, the ethics are held to a very extremely high standard. The founder, so Nolarity was the other business, and the founder said, my company is so big, I don't know who must be saying this, and the people they're blaming, that he gave some name, the people they're blaming, मेरी ऐसी company में ऐसे कोई बंदे का नाम ही नहीं है. There's no person like this in my company. So I got really pissed. I went to LinkedIn and I searched the name of that person and Nolarity, and 4 people from Nolarity who were currently at the job with that name showed up, right? So I wrote an open letter to the founder of Nolarity. I said, listen, you may be building a very big company, but ethics at the end of the day and culture decide where an organization goes. And according to me, if you're trying to win sales by saying that our company is shutting down, it already tells me, that this is not a great company. And by the way, since you said you don't know that you have such a big company, you don't know how many people you have, here are the 4 people that we're talking about. Please find out which one of them is mis-selling. And that blog that I posted a link on LinkedIn got featured on an Economic Times article, right? And I had no idea that this would happen. So, and that was a time when I defended the founder. There was one time, and I'll leave you with this, is that there was a time when a founder had raised a series, it had gone on to raise Series C and then burnt all the money. Suddenly comes to the angels and say, listen, I'm about to raise my next round. I need 3 crores just for the next 2 months because the paperwork is on. I just need this money, and if I'll give you I'll give you a discount of 20-30% of the next round, plus I'll pay you interest. And I was like, the terms just sound too good to be true, but the founder had been good to us until then, so we gave the money, and in 2 months the company shut down, right? In fact, it was on the verge of shutting down, it was getting acquired, and there was an acquisition offer, but the offer was so bad that the people, even we had invested in the company for multiple years, would be getting less than 50% of our money back. So I just put my foot down. I said, you know what? I don't care what happens. You will pay us back exactly what we have invested, plus the assured IRR that you gave us. And I will not sign any paperwork until and unless you do that, right? And there was really large funds on the other side, and I got calls saying, "Yaar, ye company pura write up ho jayega." I said, but you know what? Today I have to stand on my principles. I have to stand on the fact that something wrong has happened to small investors, and we are small compared to the large size funds. I was still an angel at that point, and I banded all the angels together, and thankfully they all supported me. There was around 45 angels on the cap table. They said, whatever you decide, Anirudh, we're behind it. And we ended up recovering. It's a very, I won't get into the details because I'm probably under some NDA for it at this point, but we ended up getting 4x return for all the angels, right? And in fact, the acquirer came in and when we told him the story, he said, okay, I believe you guys, I believe that what has happened is completely incorrect. And he cut some money from different parts of who were getting paid out. and he made sure the angels made four times their money. And the angels, I mean, you have to respect the guy who wrote the first check. That founder, I promise you, will never get funded by an Artha company ever again in his life. Right? And I think the same situation for the remaining 45. But understand, those 45 investors know 50 investors themselves. So literally 2,000 people in this country know what he did. And those 2,000 know another 10 people, that's 20,000 people. Right? The bad karma, especially in an ecosystem, you know, VC ecosystem is very small, guys. Very small, where we literally form 1% of all managed capital out there. We make the most amount of noise. I promise you that, right? Debt funds manage way more funds than VCs manage funds. We make the most amount of noise. Okay, but the ecosystem is so small, if you do something wrong to one, we're a massive echo chamber, it goes around very, very quickly. So if anything is going wrong, if things are shutting down, there are founders, I've had 15, 16 write-offs in my life. I have not litigated against any one of them because they're genuine write-offs, right? The genuine, I mean, business nahi chala. I mean, we work against the law of averages all the time. But if something wrong happens, I'm not somebody who can take it sitting down. Thankfully, I don't have to. Managing money is a passion for me. It wasn't a job, and therefore I could do all of these. Go out there and litigate and ensure that my rights were protected. It sometimes may not be possible for everybody, but if you have to stand up for what you truly believe in, at the end of the day.
So before we take 3 audience questions, I'm sure once your session is over, there will be plenty of people running behind you once you get off the stage. So for their convenience and to make your life easier, if I were to ask you that anybody who is thinking of coming and approaching you after this session is over, before they pitch their idea or service or concept to you, in 5 sentences, what is it that is going to make you interested in their idea or product or service, or what is it the 5 attributes you typically look into a potential investment before even sending it to a due diligence team?
Very simple. I can do that in 4. Can I do it in 4?
Sure.
Okay, I'll do it in 4.
We'll save 1 minute.
Number 1, are you solving a real human problem? Right? Can you explain to me exactly who is this affecting and why is it affecting them and how deep is the problem? So it has to be a real human problem. Unfortunately, people in tech sometimes build amazing technology, then they try to figure out whose problem they're solving. Right? So first tell me whose problem are you solving, number 1. Number 2, do you have positive unit economics and how are they going to look and can they scale? Positive unit economics is very simple. This is the price you're selling at, this is the price of delivering that service or product. Whatever is left is a gross profit that has to be positive and it has to scale. Right? Third thing, what's your moat? Right? And I'm not talking about intellectual patents. I'm not a big fan of intellectual patents. I believe what I mean by a moat is you have a hook. You have a reason why that customer will keep coming back to you at least for the next 6 months till somebody else can replicate that hook. Right? So that's third for me. And last, how do you deal with technology? Is technology the business or is technology an enabler? I believe technology can only enable businesses. No business can be made just because you have great technology. Right? ऐसा कोई business नहीं है world में that just because, I mean, look at how many crypto platforms have been wiped off, right? Crypto is an amazing technology, right? That does not ensure that it makes a great business. So at the end of the day, we want to understand what's your business model and how are you smartly using technology and not the other way around. That what's the smart technology and how are you using business for it? Right? So those are the 4 simple attributes and it's on our deck, it's on our website, it's everywhere. We tell our investors that's how we evaluate companies. So come and explain those 4 things to me, and if you can do it successfully, we'll be more than happy to talk to you.
Shivam, we have your permission to take 3 questions. Also, okay. So we'll take 3 questions. Please be very brief and concise with your questions. No essay type questions. Anirudh is short of time and we have to respect the next panel. So please be brief and concise and exactly what is it that you are looking an answer for. So we'll take 3 questions. Anyone? This is a fantastic opportunity. Rather than chasing Anirudh later on, I think you can trap him here. He's bound to answer your questions. He's on stage. Yes, please. Yeah, please come in the front if you want to.
थैंक यू फॉर द अपॉर्चुनिटी। मान लीजिए अगर कोई फाउंडर पहला कोई वेंचर में फेलियर हुआ है, नेक्स्ट वेंचर में उसका प्रोबेबिलिटी क्या रहता है कि उसको फंडिंग मिले कि ना मिले?
बिल्कुल मिलेगी, क्यों नहीं मिलेगी। आई थिंक बात यह है कि आप फेल किए वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आपने फेलियर से क्या सीखा वो प्रॉब्लम है, राइट। काफ़ी टाइम आप फेलियर करके अगर आपने उससे कुछ सीखा नहीं है और उससे कुछ इंप्रूवमेंट नहीं की है, इनफैक्ट सम ऑफ द बेस्ट फाउंडर्स आर फेल्ड फाउंडर्स। अभी हम इंडिया में काफ़ी यंग हैं इस इकोसिस्टम के लिए, यूएस में काफ़ी फंड्स हैं जो केवल फेल्ड फाउंडर्स में ही इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, राइट। बट क्या है कि अगर आपने उस एक्सपीरियंस से कुछ नहीं सीखा हो और आपसे पूछा जाए कि आपकी फेलियर क्यों हुई और आपको नहीं पता है, आप कोई जार्गन यूज़ कर रहे हैं जो जस्ट टू मेक इट साउंड आप कुछ सीखे हैं, तो वो थोड़ा सा डेंजरस होता है। दैट आई कैन नॉट बिलीव इन। बट अगर आपने कुछ सीखा है ना, मेड ऑनेस्टली सम ऑफ माई बेस्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आर पीपल जिन्होंने या किसी फेल्ड बिजनेस में थे या उनके हाथ से कोई नुकसान हो गया, राइट, और फिर उसको उन्होंने नए बिजनेसेस सही किया। आई थिंक वो सम ऑफ द बेस्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट्स रहे फॉर मी पर्सनली। तो देयर इज नो रीजन व्हाई अ फेल्ड stint at entrepreneurship should lead for you not to get money in the future. It's not possible, it never happens.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Right at the back.
मेरा नाम अभिषेक कुमार है, मेरा कंपनी का नाम जनता ग्रुप। मेरा क्वेश्चन है सर कि इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए बहुत बड़ा आइडिया जरूरी है क्या? जैसे मेरा कंपनी जो है अभी पोर्टेबल वॉशिंग मशीन बना रहा है जो कि 4000 के रेंज में कस्टमर को वॉशिंग मशीन दे रहा है और डेली का 30 से 35 पीस का सेल है। तो इस टाइप का आइडिया पे इन्वेस्टमेंट मिल सकता है कि नहीं?
देखिए, किसी भी आइडिया पे इन्वेस्टमेंट मिल सकता है ऐसा नहीं है। आप वो इन्वेस्टमेंट को आप किस तरीके से यूटिलाइज करके सामने वाले को रिटर्न दे सकते हैं वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है समझना। अब कि तो आप अगेन मैं बिजनेस को आपका स्पेसिफिक बिजनेस पे आंसर नहीं दे रहा हूँ, एक बहुत जेनेरिक आंसर दे रहा हूँ आज की डेट में कि आप जब इन्वेस्टमेंट की सोचें या किसी से इन्वेस्टमेंट लेने की सोचें तो उससे आप क्या बड़ा कर सकते हैं, वो आपके लिए क्या क्या इंपॉर्टेंस रखेगा, वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आप उसको किस तरीके से यूटिलाइज करेंगे। सिर्फ पैसा नहीं है, वो एक टूल है, वो एक तरीके का टूल है जिसको आपको यूज़ करके आपके बिजनेस को बड़ा करना है। तो यू हैव टू यूटिलाइज इट द राइट वे, राइट। अगर आप उसको रॉन्ग यूटिलाइज करेंगे तो आपके बिजनेस को खत्म भी कर सकता है। दैट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप उस पैसे को किस तरीके से यूज़ करेंगे, वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, राइट। जहाँ पर स्क्रू ड्राइवर है वहाँ पर स्क्रू ड्राइवर लगेगा, वहाँ पर हैमर से काम नहीं हो सकता।
और सर आगे आपसे कनेक्शन के लिए अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात करना हो,
मैं आप मिलिए।
थैंक यू।
Can I ask a question?
No, the gentleman there. Anirudh is going to be around, so.
Hi Anirudh, very very good talk. So the Indian ecosystem, the Indian startup.
Sir, you are not audible.
Hello, are you audible now? Yeah. So the Indian startup ecosystem is evolving at this stage, right? And there are quite a few big problems that a number of different companies may be attacking. There's a lot of stealth mode companies that are out there, right? So how do you and your research firm evaluate what's happening in the stealth mode when you decide to invest in a category?
I didn't understand. Stealth mode in what sense?
जैसे अभी अब क्रिप्टो में आप देखो, there are plenty of companies, there are 20-30 companies coming up in the crypto space, but at one point they were all in stealth mode, they were all hidden, they were all working out of garage startups, right? So how do you get a sense of what is happening that has not come out for investment yet?
देखिए, हम लोग किसी भी इन्वेस्टमेंट को जब हमारे पास आती है तो वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट थिंग्स वी आस्क देम इज कि कैन यू प्लीज ब्रिंग अस अ रेफरेंस। तो हम बिना रेफरेंस के इन्वेस्ट करते ही नहीं, राइट। तो एंड टुडे आवर रेफरेंस नेटवर्क थैंकफुली बिकॉज वी आर इन्वेस्टेड 107 स्टार्टअप्स एंड आई एम ऑल्सो एन एलपी इन मल्टीपल फंड्स। तो आज द इकोसिस्टम फॉर मी इज प्रॉब्ली अबाउट 1000+ फाउंडर्स हु आई कैन गेट विद इन अ फोन कॉल एंड दोज पीपल आर ओनली सेंडिंग मी डील्स, राइट। So that becomes actually my network, that becomes, you know, the way I get feelers about the industry कि क्या चीज़ चलने वाली है, कौन सी चीज़ में problem हो रही है. I get a lot of gossip also, thankfully, because of that. So that's what I utilize to find startups who are in stealth mode or who are about to take off. And thankfully, I think over the last 10-11 years, I also write a blog. I talk about my learnings fairly openly. So a lot of people also follow me there. So when they're getting started, sometimes they also reach out to me because they've read something or something I had said, appealed, and that also gives me a way to get invested in a company fairly early.
So I think with that we come to the
So, hi, I'm Shaprati from One-to-One Connections. I run a SaaS company. So, my question is a little specific. If you look at right now in US, the SaaS company, the PE ratios, the valuations are going down. So, what is the impact, right? If I right now go for raising a fund, right, what is the impact that I'll face with an early stage like angel or VC or something like that?
You're talking about valuations are down. Let me ask you a question. Why is valuation so important?
So I was looking, so valuation.
Is it better to own 20% of a watermelon or 80% of a grape?
No, my question is.
I'm being honest, you're asking this. What I'm saying is eventually at some price an investor will come.
Yeah.
Right? Aisa nahi hai. We have SaaS companies in our portfolio that are raising, right? They may not be getting the same multiple they were getting a year ago, right? A year ago you were getting 20x of revenue. Today you're getting 7x of revenue, for example. I'm just throwing numbers out there, right? But funding is happening, right? But the point is you have to make it attractive for the investor to come in. The investor is who? He's a customer. Forget about the investor being somebody who has money bags, right? What does he have? He is buying shares of your company. You make it attractive, he will come, right? So sometimes to make something attractive, you give a discount to customers, right? Everybody gives a discount to customers. Give a discount to your investor. Same thing. But ho kya raha hai? You are trying to justify a valuation today, right? Which you probably could have got 12 months back. But that's the wrong way to look at it. Maybe then you should have sold the business 12 months back, right? So today, in today's market, when there's a recession, you have to start thinking about how to sell to your customer. When there is, when the economy is booming, that time you don't have to give discounts to customers, right? So same way, same thing. Just forget about the fact that you're doing investors. It's a sales conversation. You're selling shares of your company and you have to make it attractive. Best way to do it is give them a discount.
And sometimes I think you have to leave some meat on the bone for the other person
Absolutely.
also, rather than
you take everything away.
So it's basically a wrong time to raise funds.
It's not wrong time. It's why is it a wrong time? It's a perfect time to raise. There are funds out there that are waiting for this opportunity. There is over $5 billion of capital sitting with venture capital funds focused on India waiting to deploy right now. Right? The point is that stop focusing on the valuation. Start focusing on what can you do with the money you get. Right? Once the business becomes big enough, see, once you have 1,000 crores in your bank account, it's only adding zeros, right? In fact, after 100 crores, you don't know how to spend the money, right? It's just, we have this thing that we want to be counted as a unicorn. It doesn't make a lick of difference to the person who is a unicorn, that they are a unicorn, right? Because after a certain point, it's only adding zeros to your balance sheet, right? So focus on what you need the money for, and if the money is there, take it and start building it, make it big, right? If you can make it big, at the end of the journey, all these averages work themselves out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anirudh. I am sure that it has opened the eyes of people in the room that it is there for not for everybody, and investment is available, but is it really for you? Is the question you have to ask yourself. Thank you so much for taking the time out.
Thank you so much, Deepak, for inviting me here. Thank you so much, BCC and I. Thank you so much.
I would request Mr. Daftari to hand over a token of our appreciation to Mr. Dawani. Thank you. We move on to the next conversation session. Mr. Binod Kumar Humagai, Co-Chairperson, Entrepreneurs Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Co-Founder and COO, Wow Momo Foods Private Limited, will be in conversation with Ms. Lahana Ghosh, Finance and Operations Manager, Juggles. I would like to invite both Mr. Humagai and Ms. Lahana Ghosh onto the dais. This fireside chat is on 100 and counting for Jugals, a big name in Mishti in Calcutta.
So good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. We are back. So Bengal has been a place for the sweets culture. So today we will be discussing about the 100 years of Jugals. So Ms. Lahana Ghosh, she heads the finance and the operations of Jugals. And she's also the third generation Mishtiwala, we call it. So it's 100 years of Jugals. So we wanted to understand the story of Jugals from the horse's mouth. Lahana, tell us about the, your journey of 100 years of Jugals.
Well, thank you everyone for having me today. Vanidadi, thank you so much for having me on this platform. It's a great honor to be on the same platform as Mr. Datta. It's honestly something very overwhelming for me, but I'm going to share the journey of Jugals today here with everyone. Again, BCCI, thank you for the opportunity. So Jugals was started, I believe in, I know, 1923. It was started by my grandfather, Jugal Kishore Ghosh. It's a brand that started pre-independent India. And my father lost his grandfather when he was 6 years old. And since then, he has been going to the shop every day as a young kid. And I can only imagine what went through his head, losing a father and contributing to a family-owned business and taking care of his sisters and mother and everyone in the family at such a young age, and then still going on and building the brand what it is today. He had to formally quit his education to continue pursuing this business. So I'm very proud that I'm a Mishtiwala's daughter, and I'm a very proud Mishtiwala myself. So yeah, that's how the journey started, and today we step into the 100th year of our establishment with 6 outlets across Kolkata, selling close to 100 different varieties of mishti, handcrafted every single day. So yeah, thank you Kolkata for supporting our business for so long, and again, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I feel that you should also tell us that what are the, and the mishti business is a very, what do you call, it is a labor-intensive business. And what are the challenges you all face? And can you talk about the challenges which was faced by the earlier generation, now your generation, and what do you think the future is, how you want to take it forward?
I have a lot to say.
Yeah, you can tell me about the how your earlier generation has faced this issue, and then how they overcome it, and what do you think?
The mishti industry actually belongs to the unorganized sector of India. And I think we often forget that the unorganized sector of India is the forefront of the Indian economy, which is 90% of the Indian economy is the unorganized sector. The Mishtiwala, the Chiniwala, the Doodhwalas. I'm so happy to see JIS group, Jot Singh and Ishwar Singh group, like they're one of our oldest milk vendors in the fraternity. So, so I think one of the common problems that we face, and it really frustrates me a lot on a daily basis, is the way we see the unorganized sector in general. I think there is not enough contribution both academically as well as I just believe there's not enough respect and dignity given to the unorganized sector. And that frustrates me a lot, primarily because mishti making is such a beautiful art. हम लोग कच्चे दूध के व्यापारी हैं. So we deal with extremely raw milk in a very raw form. So the entire process of making mishti is pasteurizing that milk in-house, then chana kata, chana ke दूध माने जाल देवा, दूध के जाल दिए chana kata, chana तापरे झूलिए ओटाके cheese form में आना. Sorry, I'm speaking in Bengali as well to kind of make it more inclusive. And then pak ghata. These are all terminologies within the industry. Pak ghata, and then the whole process of patai boshe mishti badha. That's an art form, and the entire like one single tray of mishti takes an entire day. And I think we often don't celebrate when we go to, say, Italy or any type of European nation where the primary population is white, we see an old village and we see this old man making cheese. We don't look at hygiene. We don't look at anything. We just go like, oh my God, there's legacy. Look at that man making cheese for generations. Look at them. Like, it's so amazing. His forefathers, grandfathers. My karigors, my dokandars, my jogars have been with me for, the oldest karigor that I've had has been with me for close to 42 years. That's the only trade he knows. He's inherited it from his father. But whenever we look at a mishti shop or a mishti karkhana, we go like, it's not hygienic enough, or it's not, why is there a pata on the floor and why is there no stainless steel top? I don't need a stainless steel top. That's my legacy. That's my heritage. That's how Bengali mishti is made, and I think that needs to be celebrated.
That's the culture, mishti
yes,
culture. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think that needs to be celebrated, embraced, and primarily celebrated. And I think I aim to change that. And I want to give Mishti the cool tag by saying like, hey, my karigors are equally talented as your chefs are. And to understand milk, its texture, how it works with different elements is an art. It takes years of training, skills for you to understand that procedure. And whenever a newspaper house or any media house comes forward, I bring out Bhanukaku. I bring out my karigors. Like, this is the man behind the mishti doi that you really love so much. Or this is the man behind the shandesh that you love so much. And he's been with us for so long. And I think we need to start bringing these people out and actually start celebrating the unorganized sector with full might and not as something that needs to be fixed. So that is one of the frustrations. Yeah. And the second is, I think there is a huge disconnect between the industry on its own and academic contribution. I genuinely don't think there's enough academic contribution within, I'm sorry, I'm looking at you. Yes, no, I feel like there's a huge disconnect between technology and I believe the previous gentleman here mentioned how the business practices are actually happening. India is the leading producer of milk for the last 22 years. We've had, and the mishti industry is estimated to consume close to 65% of it. That's 400 million tons of milk every year. That's a huge industry. But what is my future? Dairy is such a dairy has such a huge carbon footprint. The industry itself, it's such a controversial industry. Mishti is nothing without dairy, without milk. What are my alternatives? What are the ways I can look into it to growing sustainably? What are the ways that this industry can go forward? And also, I think there's not enough data to back anything. Like, the unorganized sector is so messed up in so many ways. There are estimates. There are 2 lakh mishti shops. But if I have to organically scale, say like a venture cap comes in and goes like, hey, I want to open 100 shops across India, or even, as a matter of fact, across the globe, how do we back it up by data and show like X has been put into the business, and X is the multiple that we've gained from the business? There's no data on the ground or anything at all to either track, measure, or as a matter of fact, even scale consumption of ingredients, or even track sales of each organization. And I think there has been, again, I'll say it again, like there's a very severe disconnect between technology, academic institutions, and the real world problem, which is the Bengali mishti industry. And I think that's one of the reasons why mishti has kind of stayed within Bengal, and we've had so many issues to kind of export it or even take it outside Bengal, which is a constant struggle because the shelf life is so low. Today I want to take this opportunity and invite academics to come help us, like organize it for us, and so that we can scale globally and, you know, take this entire legacy, which is, I think, one of the greatest culinary assets of Bengal is mishti, and I want to take it global. So I think all your help is most welcome.
Yeah, you can give them a project and they can start working on it.
We actually do have a research team. Yes, please. I kind of looked at you when you talked about the carbon footprint, so yes.
Yeah. So mishti is culturally, you know, as India sees Bengal as the headquarters of mishti. I find that Bengal is the headquarters of food. Actually, people understand food in Bengal more than any other parts of India. I've visited everywhere. People understand here the taste. Now I see that the Mishti comes from specific karigar, the specific people. Now when you go to the technology, there will be a lot of changes. Will Bengal accept that, or will be able to match that?
Technology, again, whenever we look at technology, we see production, increase of production and increase of profitability.
Yeah.
And I think before we can even reach there, there's a lot of things that needs to be organized within the industry before we can start looking at that. There is an entire ecosystem which is dependent on this industry. Yeah. My karigars, everybody's dokandars, everybody's jogars, they're all, I think there's an estimate of close to 3 million people. You can't just mechanize everything, bring in machines, increase production, and cut from something they've taken generations to learn. You can't attack someone. And I think Bengal is very true to their roots, and they love respecting culture and the legacy of Bengal. And I think Bengals won't be very receptive towards actually taking amdani from somebody away so quickly. I think we need upskilling of labor instead of...
We completely agree on that front. But tell me something more, that older generation is there. After this generation goes, the new generation, how they are coping up with the, culturally, this making of sweets. Are you able to get those manpowers available?
I think
that's
actually a great
go
question.
through the changes?
That's actually a great question, because my dad says, "Ekta mishti karigore chhele ar kintu mishti karigori korche na." So what are we actually missing? I think we make enough profits, and we need to start putting our money where our mouth is. Our head karigor is paid 900 rupees a day, which is more than industry standards, even when you consider like hospitality industries. So Jugal has identified that, and I think we're trying to make sure that everyone is paid well. Everyone is given the skill set, and the changing generations, to give them the opportunity to learn, because they come from a parallel universe that is completely different from my life. Like, they come from villages that are very far away, they stay with us. They give up their entire lives, dedicate their lives just to make sure that the business exceeds, but then we're not paying them well enough. There's not enough health benefits, there's not even benchmarking of any sort, or even any type of standardization of pay, or you start talking about ESI and PF, they'll be like, "Oh, baba, ota ki, like, ami bujhi na, eta ki, like, I don't want it." There's no education. Like, I know, I'm going to say something very controversial here. Mamata Banerjee says a lot about Mishti, but where is the real work? Where is the real work? Like, I want my Mishtiwalas and my karigors to be proud karigors. They are no less than chefs. I don't look at them as anybody less than chefs. And I think we need financial institutions as well as the government institutions to come in, step in, and upskill these laborers. And if there are resources available, which a lot of people will say, "Khane pathao, khane karo," but it hasn't reached to us. Like, there are estimated, again, 2 lakh Mishti shops. Hate gune kintu 5 jane. We only know 5. So where are the remainder? Like, how do we bring the industry all up together? And I think we've lacked that for a very long time.
I think with that recognition requires, actually.
Of course, it does. We need that recognition. It is a beautiful art form. It is a like, Mishti, the busiest days on my store are during those days that I had completely forgotten. Posh Sankranti, Shivratri, Rakhi, like all these days, which my amma, when she was alive, the house used to come alive. Like, it was so insanely crazy. And I feel like we're kind of losing touch with our culture and our heritage. And I think us Indians have this mentality of chasing Western standards. We're constantly looking for amazing packaging, how to export, how to become more Western. And I think I was guilty of that myself. But when I came back and I'm like, we are the most sustainable, India hosts the most sustainable business models in the world. Our kapra at home gets washed, gets used as washcloths at home. We have the most sustainable practices when it comes to living our lives, as well as our business models. The West is coming back to us, trying to identify these sustainable methods, and we're like dumping our sustainable practices and chasing Western standards. Full chakkar nahi marna hai. Jahan hai wahi raho aur celebrate karo. That's what I think. And I think a lot of advocacy needs to be done by people like you. who have successful businesses, and to embrace our culture, embrace our sustainable practices, and shout it out loud that we're actually good enough. We don't need the Western label. We don't need any form of fancy packaging. And like our mishti doi gets served in a cooler. So most sustainable, it's as sustainable as
That
it
is
gets.
what people look into also. When they want mishti dai, they want it in cooler.
Yeah, I hope so. Well.
So you tell me, it's now 100 years. Do you think that you should also expand to the other states? And
No,
what,
I
what
don't
are your
think.
plans?
I'm a very environmental freak, and I think the carbon footprint that is involved in consuming dairy, and I'm honestly looking to fix that first. And also, আমাদের যে ভুলে যাওয়া মিষ্টি, there are so many types of modern mishti and modern. I'm not going to name brands, but I feel like there are so many different varieties of mishti. It's a unique dessert category the world has ever seen. Like there's nothing like mishti. Like cheese, deep fried, soaked in ghee, soaked in syrup. It's a pantua. Cheese, roshe fotano. It's a spongy dumpling. Like there's nothing like this anywhere in the world. And I think that needs to be preserved instead of us chasing for a chocolate mishti or a baked rasgulla or any of that. I think we're forgetting a lot. A lot of our cuisine is being lost. And I think a lot of work needs to be done to preserve that. And I'm looking to do that for the next 10 to 20 years, to actually bring back all the purono mishti and actually preserve it instead of expanding it. So that's my goal.
You want to preserve it. But also in that case, a lot of people who want to consume good sweets, they're not getting it, because a lot of my friends
you give us solutions, we'll take it.
Because if you don't take it to different places, then people will not know about it.
Again, we deal with milk, and like I'm from Canada. The dairy laws in Canada are so different. Like we have to deal with kacha doodh and like raw milk. But if I have to take it to Canada, you cannot. You cannot export mishti to Canada because the dairy laws are very different, very strict. There are so many things. It's so easy to say let's export it, but there's so many things that we have to keep in mind, because again we're dealing with dairy, and dairy laws are so different in so many different countries. It's very difficult to even meet those criteria. Ghee is getting exported as I believe, as a spread. That's how we export ghee. We don't export ghee as something to cook in because the percentage of fat is so high. But it's also so good for us. So there are so many boundaries that we have to first identify, find solutions, and then see the future. There's a lot of groundwork. Agar mera zabini toota hua hai, if my ground is broken, I can't really think of the future. I need to fix what is here first before we can move
then you don't need to export. You can, nationally you can spread your brand.
That's the goal. We have a pipeline of opening, I believe, 6 stores across Toronto.
Yeah, you tell us something about that. Yeah, we're very interested.
Toronto, Vancouver, Copenhagen, and we're looking at Melbourne as well. But again, this is all in the pipeline. We will be working with dairy technologists to see what the rules are in those countries, so that we can directly deal with unpasteurized milk within those countries and not have to deal with pasteurized milk, because again, the casein quantity is very different. Again, cows are very different. So yeah.
It is a very dangerous subject, I know.
Yeah, it is.
It is difficult. So you tell me, during your tenure, while looking after the business, what are the challenges you faced, biggest challenges you faced?
This is actually my second year in the business. The biggest challenges I think I've faced is
one is from the operation point of view, another is from the government.
I think challenges, again, I go back to the same thing again, like we don't have enough work to go off from, and like one of the challenges I face is there's not enough avenues and resources for us to go ahead. There are brands that have done really well. They don't share their perks or their wins. And I think we should become more united as an industry and share those perks and benefits that has been kind of going around, and grow as an industry as a whole, instead of just focusing on one brand or focusing on one type of rasgulla or like anything at all, because you cannot take away like an item and just make it of one single brand. So I think we need more support from a lot of different avenues and resources from government as well as from the operational standpoint. And I think there's not enough work done when it comes to the unorganized sector. And I'm very sad to see that. It's very frustrating, but hopefully we can set some benchmarks.
I see that Misty is a very emotion for you.
Of course, it is. It's every 300 million Bengalis enjoy it globally, and it's my legacy. It's my grandfather's legacy. It's a very passionate topic for me.
So one question is that where do you see yourself in next 5 to 7 years now? What are you planning?
I think I am an activist and I practice my activism through work. Touch wood, my family makes enough money that I don't have to like aim for. I believe in the concept of my father that jitna hai utna hi theek hai. So I'm not looking at expansion, but I think what I want to see a better India. Better India in the sense, a lot of people will get offended because people always tell me like, oh, India is a developing nation, yada, yada, yada. But the United Nations doesn't really qualify. There's no benchmark to qualify a country as a developed nation, but even by the United Nations. The only way they determine whether a country is developed is checking the Human Development Index, which is where your ranking is when it comes to women's safety, where your ranking is when it comes to access to sanitation, access to healthcare, access to your GDP. Like, all of these are parameters that will determine that. And I think my country is at the bottom of every single parameter. And I think I want to change that. And I want to do it. I can't do it anywhere else but my business. I want to put my money where my mouth is and actually try to see a better India and actually set a benchmark for my industry as well as other unorganized sectors that are equally suffering. They cannot scale. There's no way we can scale unless there's this true academic contribution, data-based contribution that has been put for us so that we can see the data, project financial analysis and scale ourselves. So I think that's my goal in the next 5 to 10 years, to fix wherever I can.
Great. We'll take some questions from the audience if anyone has anything to say. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hello.
Myself, Dr. Indranil Mutsudi. I am Associate Professor from JIS University. So my question is to Ms. Lahana is that a lot of my students are going to be budding entrepreneurs, right? And they have a lot of ideas. I mean, at this level, they are not being able to put things on the right track. So as an experienced entrepreneur and having some kind of an international experience to scale up a new venture, so what would be your suggestions and motivation? They are sitting there and they are eagerly looking for your inspiration and motivating words so that they can step ahead and they can definitely move on to their entrepreneurial journey. They are very much excited to listen to you, and I hope you would inspire them a lot.
Who are the entrepreneurs here? Yeah. Oh my God, it's so lovely to see this. Sit down, please sit down. So, देश का problem ठीक करो. Being an entrepreneur is great. But I think I would have, since you're a faculty member, I think you should take businesses like us and use it as a case study so that they could give us real life solutions and then we can implement them. Because at the end of the day, if the country is actually getting educated, we should be able to form. I'm very highly against this whole concept of everyone leaving Bengal. I want everyone to stay in Bengal, find real life solutions within Bengal so that we can, as a state can grow. So I'm happy to chat with you or talk about anything that you'd like, just, I'm a WhatsApp message away. Understand I'll speak on my behalf and my industry. Like, there are so many problems that we need identifying, we need solutions to. So if you can identify our issues and our problems and give us solutions, we'd be happy to bring you on board, even as, not as an entrepreneur, but as an employee. So just definitely reach out to me. I'm on LinkedIn as well, so knock me a message.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Good evening once again.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, I was going to bug you anyway.
I'm just asking, you are talking about that of, machine caricatures.
Yes.
Suppose somebody offers you 4 robots in future to make Bangla machine. Will you still be interested? Do you think it will go?
I think हम
it
लोग
will send a very good message.
1.4 करोड़ की आबादी है, उनको खिलाना पहले ज़रूरत है before the robots. So I think that needs to be fixed first. So if you have any solutions to upskill my labor so that they can operate those machines, yes.
Definitely we will. That definitely we will. We are here.
Yes.
We can interact after the session.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will bug you.
Definitely. Any more? I think it was done. Last questions. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, this is Gaurav. I'm heading the Department of Food Technology, Haldia Institute of Technology. I think it's wonderful hearing you and your story. I think which is carrying forward through the generations.
Thank you so much.
The only fact that in this whole industry, the mystery industry in our Bengal, it could not get the upscaling. The reason behind that, we are dealing with the dairy ingredients which are extremely perishable. And as you mentioned it very correctly.
Yeah.
So nowadays there are a lot of thoughts coming up. FSSAI, they have also come up with the fact that aaj se thoda kam, the misty, the slogan of taking less amount of misty, less amount of things. And if you talk about it, then if we think of replacing the dairy, because dairy milk itself is a very perishable item, which makes it difficult to export or to do business in a grander scale, right? So if we can replace the dairy with the non-dairy application, which is coming up, I think, as you are talking about Canada, there are many universities of Canada which are doing it. In Vancouver, you talk about British Columbia, they are doing it, right? Also in India, in coming 5 years, I think non-dairy applications are coming like anything.
Yeah,
which is going to lower the GI quotient of it, and low GI products are going to take up the market. This is my perspective, and I also have data to support you from academia, and it's not that academia is not working, it is just the connection which we build through this kind of conclave. So I think cheers to this BCCI platform, which is giving us an opportunity to interact, because the problem statement has to be known from academia and from industry perspective, and then only we can work. And there are many other stakeholders like regulators and government support, which are very much important in this sector. So I'll definitely talk to you in this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Good evening. A question slightly different from what we have been discussing, but I think very pertinent. I can consider you as a second or a third generation entrepreneur. Now tell me, how difficult has been the passing the baton from your father to you? I mean, typical of family businesses,
My father actually didn't inherit anything because I was a woman child.
He created it.
Yeah, so it's a very different era. I think I have a twin sister. I still remember the day very vividly, and I think I cannot blame anybody or the society or whatever it is, but times have been very different. Again, my father actually did not inherit anything at all because me and my sister were daughters. So I think for him to educate us and ensure that we have the right skill set and come back to the business with the right amount of skill set so that those things don't happen was I consider it as a gift. I'm so blessed that my parents did have that mentality. But again, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Tab ke zamane mein, or during those times, business practices were very different. And until today, I don't see any female representation in a mishti karkhana. Barite mara, bonera, didira, mishti banacche. But when it comes to making a form of income, the doors are always closed for me. A mishti karkhana's door is always closed for a woman. So I think I want to change that, and I think I tried. I actually had 6 people who were working for me as a mishti karigor women, but I faced immense resistance from within the karigors itself, as well as my father, because he didn't want to shake things up. But I think I'm going to change that. I think it's a process, and we have to identify that changing mindset takes time, and I'm sure I'll get there one day. Hopefully have a karkhana fully run by women mishti karigors. So inshallah, we'll see if that'll happen. Thank you.
Very nice, very nice. And we wish you all the success also. Yeah. So thank you. I come.
Thank you, Ms. Ghosh, for that passionate deliberation. You have not only thought about your skilled workers, you have thought about the state, you have thought about the country, and that you want to do a lot of things for the country and the state. Thank you. I would now request Mr. Vinod Humagai to hand over a token of our appreciation to Ms. Ghosh. The next round of discussions, Ms. Pooja Dugas, Chairperson Women Entrepreneurship Cell of the Entrepreneurship Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and founder and director Leap Year Preschool. She is going to be in discussions with Master Chef Ms. Kirti Bhautika, Chief and Owner, Sugar Plum Cakery. They're going to talk mainly on steering to success.
Hello. Is this working? Good evening, everyone. So I'm absolutely thrilled to have with me the Master Chef, Chef Kirti Bhautika, winner of Master Chef Season 5, the youngest Master Chef winner. And she's breaking the stereotype of the thought that vegetarians cannot be a chef. So Kirti was invited for the World Economic Forum to cook the dessert for the dinner hosted by PM Narendra Modi for delegates from all around the world. I think it's going to be really exciting knowing your journey. So from a home baker to Master Chef, what was it all about, Kirti? We would like to hear it all from you.
Right, firstly, Pooja, thank you so much for having me here. I'm extremely nervous right now because I am amidst really great people. So thank you for having me. Answering your question about how my journey was from a home chef to a chef, I would just say that it was absolutely life-changing. I think I have changed as a person. Today I'm a different person altogether. And I think that is because, when they say that with great power comes great responsibilities, I think the moment, people put you on that pedestal, okay, now you're the Master Chef India winner, people expect so much out of you. So somewhere to fulfill that expectations, you always strive to push and push and push. And I think that is plus also because, none of my family members have anyway been in the media industry or the food industry. So that also, you know, is a challenge because I have made a lot of mistakes in my career, and I am very grateful for my mistakes. I have learned from every single one of those mistakes.
So, speaker before you, I think Anirudh is right here, and Deepak is there. They spoke about how failures make some of the best founders. So again, we have somebody who made a lot of mistakes. Coming from there, so your journey into MasterChef, you know, India, and I think a simple element of being an entrepreneur is never to give up. And I'm sure while you were in the whole process, and MasterChef, I'm sure is a very, very stressful journey for you. What was that moment when you felt like giving up, and what was the thought that kept you going?
I don't think I ever thought of giving up, honestly, during the show, because I was really grateful for every single day in that competition. My only thing when I was in the competition was that I am extremely grateful to be here. I never thought I would be here one day in front of the best chefs of the country, on television. People are loving me. So, you know, that is something that never hit me, and I always wanted to make the best out of it. So before every single challenge, I used to have just one thing, कि आज अच्छा खाना बनाना है. I don't want to look like a fool on television. So, you know, that is what kept me going. I have to prove myself. I cannot look like a fool. So, you know, that, because again, you are in that competition. It's the biggest culinary show of the country. People die to be on MasterChef. I had to prove, and I had to be worthy of being there. So that kept me going.
So was there any element of fear? I mean, at any point in time which you felt you had to overcome?
I think the one fear that I think I've still not, like, especially when I was in the competition, I was just 20 when I was in the show. I was right out of college. In fact, my third year, I gave my third year exams, and the same month I auditioned. So I was pretty inexperienced. And inexperience is something that I really feared when I was in the competition. All of my other competitors were people who were cooking since 20 years, and I was 20 years of age. So, you know, that is something, and I don't think I've overcome it, because I still think that in a field like cooking, experience counts. So that is one thing that I thought that my competitors had an edge with.
All right. So Sugar Plum is your brainchild when you were just out of college?
Yes.
Okay. So what is it, you know, what is the kind of strategy which you use in running your business?
I think Sugar Plum came out of just love. I really love baking. I was home baking before I went to MasterChef. Then after MasterChef, I took a 1-year break. I traveled, I worked in a lot of restaurants in and outside of India, and I gathered that knowledge. And like Lahana ma'am also said, I believe in coming back and giving back to my roots. I never thought of leaving the city. A lot of people told me that, you know, oh, you should move to Mumbai, be a chef in Mumbai, because TV personalities apparently work better there. But I think one thing that has played to my strengths is the fact that I'm stuck to Kolkata, and where, I mean, you know, you have to agree that there is more scope in Calcutta than there is in other cities like Kolkata, or like Bangalore or Bombay or Delhi, because those markets are getting pretty saturated now. Whether I talk in the media space or I talk in the restaurant industry space, I think Calcutta still has scope, and I think that is something that we should all try and exploit.
Absolutely. But Calcutta is also a place for some of the legendary cakeries and bakeries. So, and I think we Calcuttans have a very rigid taste buds, which we generally sometimes are not really ready to accept something which is very new. So what are exactly you're looking at? Where do you see yourself? You know, do you see it as competition? Do you see it as, you know, a space to expand yourself? How do you see that?
So, if I talk about reception from the city, I think I've been very, very fortunate. I've been in the industry for the last 8 years now. So I have received a lot of love for my cake. So that is not where my problem is. But yes, when you talk about competition, I agree that the city has a lot of nice bakeries, and it's only getting, you know, the competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. So how I look at competition is two ways. Firstly, competition is definitely required. Because if there's no competition, after a point of time, you do tend to get a little laid back. So that is something I don't want to do. I don't want to be laid back. Competition does make you always stay on your toes. But we cannot let competition get onto our heads because that can be very, very negative. So I think to maintain a balance, take competition and you know, strive to do better. But your concept of doing better should not be that mujhe usse harana hai. Your concept should be कि मुझे अच्छा करना है. That should be my goal, and that's always been my goal. I'm very least bothered by what numbers others are doing. As long as I am doing well, I am happy with. Yeah.
So absolutely, I'm a very firm believer that there's room for everyone, and as long as we don't quit, we go
Everybody's
on.
striving. Absolutely, everybody's doing so well. So I don't think that my sales have dropped if somebody else's sales have increased. So I think that is I'm very, very happy. And like again, Lahana had said, कि जो है जितना है अच्छा है, I want to do my best. उसके आगे I don't have control over anything.
So Kirti, you create a lot of content online. You do workshops. You're very passionate about teaching because I think your recipes are very easy to use and people are using it across the country to bake for baking. So purely a lot of passion reflects from what you do. But you know, they always say that just passion and being good at something is always not enough to build a successful business. So with Sugar Plum, how do you take the whole thing? Like, you know, because I'm sure you're directly involved with what you're doing. And there are a lot of different aspects of business which needs to be managed. So how do you balance that?
If I would say one word that has really helped me expand my business and also my media space, my content creation, there's just one word, and that is team. I think having a team has meant everything to me. I lead a women's team. We are around 12 people in the kitchen. My mom and my sister-in-law are also full-time partners with me in the business, and none of it would have been possible because of them, because I have started this business from scratch, right from making the logo to the boxes. I've done everything myself. So I know that I cannot manage everything myself, and to expand you need a good team. And since my sister-in-law and my mom came into the business and we sort of delegated work, now there is a structured work. You are looking at the finances, I am looking at the production, she's looking at the stock management. When you have these things in place, expansion, management, and also I think your the standard of your products also, you can maintain it, because you are not looking after everything. You are just looking at one thing, and that
Quality control is what
also
you
happens. So I think a good team is absolutely necessary to build a business and to run a business.
All right. So so what are your future plans with Sugar Plum? Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
I honestly don't know about 5 years, but my future plans right now, we are definitely thinking of e-commerce, because I think deliveries are the new thing for any food business or any business in general. So I am planning, we are working on an e-commerce website for Sugar Plum, so that ordering cakes would be just at your fingertips. You don't have to call, you don't have to go to a place, you don't have to get it delivered, nothing. You just do it online and you get a cake delivered at your place like you order an Amazon parcel. So I think that is my goal, to have cake accessible and very easily accessible to your doorsteps.
So yes, I could understand from your website that you're into online delivery. Your cakes are listed on your website, the designs are there, and they are really a delight for the eye, definitely. But do we see any physical brick and mortar store coming in where you'll be displaying your cakes in any time soon?
I would not say that that's not in the cards. That's definitely in the cards. But Pooja, honestly, I'm in no hurry. I just think that there are restaurants, and I know restaurateurs who have big established restaurants who are now moving into the delivery space and cloud kitchen spaces, because cloud kitchens are working better. They're low risk, more returns. So I wouldn't say that that's not in the cards, but I don't think that's important for a business to be established as successful. So I don't bank on that.
So being a passion-driven entrepreneur, is there something which you would like to tell the audience who are really passionate about what they do and trying to make it into their business?
I would say time management is something that it does help you a lot. So manage your time, try to do more things in that limited time frame, learn a lot, do case studies, and just go for it. Just honestly go for it.
And what's been your biggest takeaway from two places? A, definitely from MasterChef India, and B, when you're running your own business?
from both the places, my key takeaway is the same. When I was on the show, Chef Vikas Khanna said something that stuck with me. He said, you are only as good as your last dish. So you constantly prove yourself, and that's something that I learned and I think is something that I take away from both of these aspects of my life.
Absolutely. So I think we have time and we can take some questions from the audience. So we'll take about 3 questions from the audience. Do we have any questions? Tapanda.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. I would request Ms. Pooja Dukar to present a memento to Kirti.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much.
We once again go back to the presentations. We had 2 presentations. Now we have the next one. This is by Evazon, by Muhammad Arif, the founder of the company. They make electric vehicles. So may I invite Muhammad Arif here? Please come. Hi, Tapan Chakravarti. So your presentation will be here.
Very good evening, and thanks for giving me this opportunity, management se bhi aur Mr. Deepak ji se bhi, and kindly attention please. Thodi si der ke liye, only just for 15 minutes, I want to draw your attention because it is a very great vision for the entrepreneurship or for the third person also, जो लोग यहाँ सभी सुन रहे हैं. And I am introducing myself because I am a new phase in the industry, and I have started a great vision on an environment, even you can say. Evazon is a electric vehicle assistance zone company. तो जो लोग already business में हैं यहाँ पर और जो business को promote भी कर रहे हैं या इसी तरीके के startups में हैं, उन लोगों के लिए भी ये बहुत means एक साउंड अच्छा हो सकता है, एक वैल्यूएबल थिंग हो सकती है. Evazon मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहा हूँ हर स्टेट में, और Evazon एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है, एक ऐसा इनोवेशन है जो पिछले 15 इयर्स में बहुत सारी बड़ी कंपनीज ने किया हुआ है. लाइक इनोवेशन ओनली द थिंग्स हु इंस्पायर द पीपल. अगर पिछले 15 साल की मैं बात करूं तो कुछ ऐसे बड़े नाम हैं जो एक आइडिया के ऊपर ही बड़े हुए हैं. लाइक फ्लिपकार्ट है, ओयो है, ओला है, और भी इस तरीके के बहुत नाम हैं. और एक जो हमारी आज की इवेंट में भी वाओ मोमोज, वो एक आइडिया ही है. और प्रेजेंटेशन और आइडिया दोनों कॉम्बिनेशन जब भी बनते हैं तो एक बड़ी इनोवेशन होती है, एक बड़ा काम हो जाता है. तो Evazon पहले मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कर देता हूँ आप लोगों से. We are here because Earth needs a good environment. बेसिकली हम काम कर रहे हैं इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स के ऊपर, एंड देयर इज सम मिस्टेक at the time of introducing me, and not a mistake, it's an incomplete information from my side, because recently, yesterday I have joined this event. So we are not manufacturer of the company, we are a selling company, we are a assistant company of electric vehicles. तो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स के ऊपर हम लोग अपने कुछ जोन खोल रहे हैं, कुछ एक बड़े आइडिया पे काम कर रहे हैं, कोलकाता में, पंजाब में, दिल्ली में, एंड आई बिलोंग्स टू फ्रॉम दिल्ली, और लखनऊ में, इन सब जगह पे हम लोग अपने इलेक्ट्रिक जोन बना रहे हैं। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा आइडिया है, ये आइडिया एम्प्लॉयमेंट में भी बहुत अच्छा काम करेगा अगर हम रोज़गार की बात करें, और ये आइडिया B2B में, B2C में बहुत अच्छा काम करेगा। आइडिया इज़ दैट कि जो असिस्टेंट जोन हम बना रहे हैं वो एक बड़ा सॉल्यूशन है। सॉल्यूशन लाइक जो अभी मैंने बात किया कि ओयो, ओला, फ्लिपकार्ट, दीज ऑल आर दी सॉल्यूशंस, ये सब एक सॉल्यूशन थे। तो मैंने भी एक बहुत बड़े सॉल्यूशन के ऊपर काम किया है। मैं इसका रेफरेंस आपको कुछ इस तरीके से दे देता हूँ कि आज की डेट में जब भी हम कोई एक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइस खरीदते हैं तो डायरेक्टली अब हमारा नेचर, एक ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजी है कि हम वो सेम शोरूम प्रेफर नहीं करते। वी प्रेफर द बिग बाजार, टाटा क्रोमा, वी प्रेफर द हाइपर मार्केट, कि जहाँ पर हमें मल्टीपल चॉइसेस मिलती हैं। अगर आप देखें तो एक बड़े ब्रांड, कोई भी मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा, कोई भी एक बड़ा ब्रांड होता है तो उसका पर डे का जो फुटफॉल होता है उसके एक्सक्लूसिव शोरूम में वो 10% होता है एज कंपेयर टू लोकल मोबाइल डीलर। ये साइकोलॉजी है कि हमें चॉइस चाहिए होती है, हमें ऑप्शंस चाहिए होते हैं। तो ऑप्शंस के लिए हम लोग एक लोकल डीलर पर या मल्टीपल चॉइसेस स्टोर पर ही जाकर विजिट करते हैं। तो इवाजॉन में हम कुछ इस तरीके से ही काम कर रहे हैं। कोलकाता में हमने इसे इंट्रोड्यूस किया है, कोलकाता ही हमारा कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस बन रहा है, और एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए भी हम बहुत बड़ा काम यहाँ करने वाले हैं, और इंडिया का एक बड़ा इकोसिस्टम हम इसे मिलके बना सकते हैं। इसमें सभी लोगों का सपोर्ट भी चाहिए। और एक बहुत बड़ी अनाउंसमेंट जो मैं आप लोगों को बता देता हूँ सॉरी अपनी साइड से, कि इस प्रोग्राम में, बिल्कुल इस स्टार्टअप में हम एक छोटी कम्युनिटी डेवलप कर रहे हैं। इस कम्युनिटी के कोई भी एक पर्टिकुलर मेंबर हो सकता है, और उस कम्युनिटी के मेंबर को हम लोग पैसिव इनकम अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहे हैं। पैसिव इनकम अपॉर्चुनिटी इन द सेंस कि इंडिया में हम लोग एजुकेशन जब शुरू करते हैं और लास्ट एक अच्छी जॉब के बाद, अच्छे स्टार्टअप के बाद, स्टार्टअप की तो बात नहीं कर सकते, अगर मैं बात करूं कि अगर जॉब की हम बात करते हैं तो लोग हमेशा अपनी एक डेडिकेटेड इनकम के ऊपर फोकस रखते हैं, और ये हमारा एक बहुत बड़ा लूप होता है। तो इसलिए हमने स्टार्टिंग में ही, आई एम द फाउंडर ऑफ द इवाजॉन, और शेयर होल्डर्स एंड एक माइनर इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ हम लोग मार्केट में आ चुके हैं। बट अब इस फेस में हम एक कम्युनिटी डेवलप कर रहे हैं, जो कम्युनिटी हमारी स्ट्रेंथ बने और हम उनकी स्ट्रेंथ बने। इस कम्युनिटी में अगर कोई भी, हर स्टेट से मैं लोगों को जोड़ रहा हूँ, अगर आप लोग इस फर्स्ट 300 कम्युनिटी का मेंबर बनते हैं, कम्युनिटी को ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो यू विल बी द फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट, एंड यू विल बी द फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी ऑफ शेयरिंग ऑफ प्रॉफिट, एंड यू विल बी द पार्टनर ऑफ लाइक ए स्मॉल स्टेक, स्मॉल शेयर होल्डर। तो इवाजॉन को आप मेरे से 1-to-1 डिस्कस कर सकते हैं। इवाजॉन में मल्टीपल अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं, लाइक ए फ्रेंचाइजी मॉड्यूल है, स्मॉल स्टार्टअप्स हैं, एक वेंचर्स हैं, तो 1-to-1 भी इसमें आप जा सकते हैं मेरे साथ में। और इसके लिए जो सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज हमने डिज़ाइन किया है, या सबसे बड़ा सॉल्यूशन जो डिज़ाइन किया है, आने वाले 5 साल में इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स ही मार्केट में अवेलेबल होंगे। ये आप सब लोग भी एग्री करते हैं इस चीज़ को, और ये पॉसिबिलिटी खुद गवर्नमेंट अपने इन्वॉल्वमेंट के साथ करा रही है। गवर्नमेंट चाहती है कि एनवायरनमेंट के ऊपर फोकस हो, गवर्नमेंट चाहती है कि जो क्रूड ऑयल का अभी चैलेंज हमारे साथ में बड़ा है, यानी कि पेट्रोल डीजल का जो चैलेंज हमारे साथ बड़ा है, उसका भी एक बहुत बड़ा सॉल्यूशन है। तो हम पैरेलली 2 चीज़ों पे काम कर रहे हैं। इवाजॉन के हम लोग रिटेल शोरूम खोल रहे हैं, जहां आपको 2 व्हीलर, 3 व्हीलर और 4 व्हीलर सभी गाड़ियां अवेलेबल होंगी सिर्फ सिंगल स्टोर में, 1 अम्ब्रेला स्टोर जिसे आप बोल सकते हो। आज हमारा नेचर हम सीधा बिग बाजार जाते हैं क्योंकि हमें वहाँ पे सारे ऑप्शन मिल जाते हैं। तो ईवाजॉन के शोरूम में जब लोग विजिट करेंगे, ईवाजॉन के रिटेल आउटलेट में जब एंट्री करेंगे तो वहाँ पर हमें मल्टीपल चॉइसेस एंड मल्टीपल ब्रांड्स अवेलेबल होंगे। धीरे धीरे करके सारे ब्रांड्स हम लोग एसोसिएट करते जा रहे हैं। अभी डेडिकेटली एक बड़े ब्रांड के साथ हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। आई विल डिस्क्लोज 1 to 1 इफ यू वांट टू नो अबाउट दैट। ईवाजॉन इज ए प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में डील जो कर रही है। एस्टैब्लिश इन 2021 विद अ स्मॉल R&D। ये 2021 में नवंबर में हमने स्टार्टअप लिया था। हमारा विजन है एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में ट्रस्टेड असिस्टेंट ब्रांड बनाने का। मीन्स हम एक ऐसा ब्रांड डेवलप मार्केट में करना चाह रहे हैं कि लोगों के साथ में जो हर्डल्स हैं आने वाले 1 और 2 ईयर्स में जब वो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बाय करेंगे, परचेज करेंगे, सो दे नीड अ राइट गाइडेंस, दे नीड अ राइट इंफॉर्मेशन। बिकॉज अभी मार्केट, इट इज अ न्यू मार्केट। आज की मार्केट में अगर आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स खरीदने जाते हैं तो हर कंपनी अपनी ही चॉइस को बेटर चॉइस बताती है, हर कंपनी अपने प्रोडक्ट को अच्छा प्रोडक्ट बताती है। तो वी विल गाइड फॉर द राइट प्रोडक्ट, वी विल गाइड फॉर द राइट चॉइस, फॉर द राइट माइलेज। मीन्स वी विल कन्वे टू द प्रोडक्ट लाइक एज पर द योर कन्वीनियंट, जो आपके लिए सूटेबल हो। हमारे जोन में आपको बजट के अकॉर्डिंग कभी भी प्रोडक्ट नहीं दिया जाएगा। ईवाजॉन के अंदर ऑलवेज यू विल गेट द राइट प्रोडक्ट। If you have a budget of 10 lakh rupees, so we will offer the 9 lakh rupees of volume budget. और Ivazon की और भी बहुत से फीचर मार्केट में आने वाले हैं। It will be only the single brand where you will get the 0% down payment option forever. तो बहुत सारी चीजें ऐड ऑन होंगी। शॉर्ट टाइम में मैं इसे इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहा हूँ एंड वी आर प्लानिंग ए ह्यूज सेमिनार ऑफ द Ivazon नेक्स्ट मंथ एंड डेफिनेटली वी इनवाइट यू ऑल। हमारा मिशन है कॉस्ट को सिग्निफाइड करना। मीन्स आज की डेट में शायद यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल से भी अवेयर नहीं है, और यहाँ पे 1% लोग ही या नहीं भी ऐसा हो कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स हम लोग यूज कर रहे हैं। इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स यूज ना करने का करंट चैलेंज है कि चार्जिंग, गाड़ी की जो चार्जिंग है, चार्जिंग प्रोविजन है, वो अभी रेयर ही है और अवेलेबल नहीं है। तो इसमें हम लोग एक एनवायरनमेंट पे बड़ा काम करके चार्जिंग स्टेशन की फैसिलिटी लाकर और बहुत सारे चेंजेस मार्केट के अंदर कर सकते हैं। कॉस्ट का बहुत बड़ा इफेक्ट है। आई एम नॉट सेलिंग अ प्रोडक्ट, आप मेरी बात को ध्यान से समझिएगा। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द अपॉर्चुनिटी इन द मार्केट के हम अपना कितना बड़ा जनरेशन इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल इंडस्ट्री में एंट्री करने के बाद में बना सकते हैं। मीन्स आई हैव ए मॉडल ऑफ फ्रेंचाइजी। इफ यू कैन बी अ ओनर ऑफ ए सिंगल चार्जिंग स्टेशन लाइक पेट्रोल पंप। आज की डेट में nobody is capable for the buying a petrol pump or acquire any petrol pump। अगर कोई भी पेट्रोल पंप खोलने के लिए एक थॉट भी माइंड में लेकर आते हैं तो आप मान के चलिए कि 2 करोड़ से ऊपर का सोचना होता है। तो इट इज ए स्टार्टअप। स्टार्टअप में गवर्नमेंट खुल के ये अनाउंसमेंट कर रही है कि चार्जिंग स्टेशन को आप अपनी बिल्डिंग में भी लगाएं, चार्जिंग स्टेशन को आप अपने घर के बाहर भी लगा सकते हैं। चार्जिंग स्टेशन इज अ बेसिक बिजनेस मॉडल। सो वी हैव डेवलप ए ब्यूटीफुल हैंडसम मॉडल ऑन दिस एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप प्रोग्राम कि आप चार्जिंग स्टेशन की फ्रेंचाइजी के साथ जाइए। बहुत सारी कंपनीज दे रही हैं, लेकिन हम अपने चार्जिंग स्टेशन को एक एसेट की तरह ऑफर कर रहे हैं। मीन्स यू विल गेट अ काइंड ऑफ एसेट, रीसेलेबल एसेट। और बड़े कॉम्पिटिटर मार्केट में काम कर रहे हैं सेम ही मॉडल के ऊपर। तो चार्जिंग स्टेशन लाने के बाद में, रिटेल शोरूम खोलने के बाद में हम एक कॉस्ट को बहुत बड़ा इफेक्ट कर सकते हैं। जो गाड़ी आज हम यूज कर रहे हैं 5 रुपए 6 रुपए किलोमीटर के ऊपर, वही गाड़ी हमारी 80 पैसे 90 पैसे के यूटिलिटी पे काम करेगी। इट इज ए ह्यूज इंडस्ट्री नाउ। अभी हम ऑलरेडी 6 साल से सोलर एनर्जी के अंदर हम लोगों का एक्सपीरियंस है एंड आई हैव बीन वर्किंग फॉर लास्ट 10 years इन द रियल एस्टेट सर्विसेज ऑल्सो। लेटेस्ट हम लोग रिटेल शोरूम, चार्जिंग स्टेशन, चार्जिंग स्पेस और सोलर पावर, इन चीज़ों पे मार्केट में काम कर रहे हैं। हमारी खुद की पर्सनल स्किल है बिजनेस एनालिसिस करना, मेरा खुद का एक्सपीरियंस मार्केटिंग का और सेल्स का एक एक्सपीरियंस है कि हम बहुत इनोवेटिव आइडिया पे सेल करते हैं। अगर अब Amazon की भी मैं बात करूं तो एक बड़ा इनोवेटिव आइडिया है एक प्रोडक्ट को सेल करने का, कि मैक्सिमम लोगों का क्राउड हम लोग अपनी साइड खींच पाएंगे कि अगर हमारे यहाँ पर 2 व्हीलर्स बाय करने के लिए कोई एंट्री करता है तो उसको 5 से 6 ऑप्शन मिलते हैं। अगर हमारे यहाँ 4 व्हीलर के लिए कोई एंट्री करता है तो उसको 4 से 5 ऑप्शन मिलते हैं। इट विल बी हाइपर मार्केट इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल कंसेप्ट। तो ये हमारा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है एनालिसिस का, इस पे बहुत अच्छी हम लोग रिसर्च कर चुके हैं। पूरी मार्केट को हम लोग सर्च करने के बाद ये प्रोग्राम को एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे हैं। तो इट वाज अवेयरनेस स्पीच और अवेयरनेस शॉर्ट प्रेजेंटेशन कि अभी हम लोगों को अवेयर कर रहे हैं कि लोग इस चीज़ से अगर इंस्पायर हैं तो हमारे साथ जुड़ें। और मैंने स्टार्ट किया था कि हमारे यहाँ पर एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है पैसिव इनकम की, जिसमें आप ये मान के चलिए आपकी इन्वेस्टमेंट ज़ीरो होगी, आपका कोई अपनी साइड से इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं होगा। एक स्टार्टअप जो आप अपने लिए देना चाहते हैं, आप अपने आप को देना चाहते हैं, वही एक माइनर कॉस्ट के ऊपर आप हमारे साथ में स्टार्टिंग कर सकते हैं। और कोलकाता से जस्ट वी आर एसोसिएटिंग 50 मेंबर्स इन दिस कम्युनिटी बिकॉज वी हैव डिसाइडेड 6 to 5 स्टेट फॉर दिस कम्युनिटी। तो हम लोग इस तरीके से टीम को बढ़ा रहे हैं, काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा कांटेक्ट है जो कि कम्युनिटी के मिस्टर दीपक जी के थ्रू आपको मिल सकता है और हम लोग उसके ऊपर एक अच्छा डिस्कशन कर सकते हैं। एंड you will get the complete information about that programs. You will get benefit of the buying, benefit of the regular passive income, benefit of the royalties program. ये कंपनी जब आगे ग्रोथ करेगी तो वह मेंबर उसके अंदर एक अच्छे रॉयल्टी प्रोग्राम का एडवांटेज ले पाएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच। ये इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए आप कांटेक्ट कर लीजिएगा जो भी करना चाहते हैं। And thanks for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Arif. I would request Mr. Deepak Daftari to present a memento on behalf of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce to Mr. Mohammad Arif. The journey of Sri Leathers. That's the main topic for discussion of the next fireside chat session. We have with us Mr. Satyabrata De, Managing Director, Sri Leathers Limited. I would invite Mr. K.R. Sriram, Member, the Entrepreneurs Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Founder, K.R. Sriram and Company, as well as Mr. Satyabrata De, to the dais, please. Mr. Sriram may moderate the session.
Good evening, everyone. Let me have the honor of introducing Mr. Satyabrata De, a brand, Sri Leathers, which needs no introduction. And like it's said, that for any retail business, their dream is अपना दुकान का सामने लाइन होना चाहिए. And Mr. Satyabrata De is one such entrepreneur. उनका दुकान का सामने लाइन लगती है. And believe me or not, this is the time, just go to Lindsay Street, Sri Leathers, you can see, which is, I think, a dream really coming true. With this, I would start small chat that we are having. So, first describe your journey from start to Sri Leathers being one of the dominant market players in this.
Without any down payment, I entered into the premises of Lindsay Street. I used to stay there, I used to live there, and my roommate was lot of rats and cats. I used to sleep on the floor, and first time I come across, rats are chasing cats. I had one trouser, one t-shirt. I used to wash in the night. I had to wear the same in the morning. My corduroy pant was little wet. Normally t-shirt, it was because summer was get dry. I used to go for my meal to Babu Ghat. There was some Palwan used to cook food for them, and against 1 rupee, I pursued them to serve me my meal, few rotis and a sabji. I lived in Lucy Street. My first consignment came of 7 pairs of ladies' sandal after 6 months. This ladies' chappal I had to wait for sale, the first pair after 3 months, and that was a base color heel ladies' chappal of 69 rupees. Within 3 months, one day I sold 300 rupees, and I was very happy. Within 3 years, there was queue in front of Sri Leathers. And today, our Lindsay store is world's largest single brand footwear accessory stores.
So, on the brand thing that you just talked, the question is, with big budget brands like Bata, for example, and also currently with this, retail culture of pantaloons and all these shops which are selling everything, including shoes, chappals, how do you still maintain this Sri Leathers single brand stores? What is the thought behind this?
See, we had very simple policies. Right from beginning, 30 years before, whatever policy we had, when today we maintain the same policy, and sometime from now also we maintain the same policy. That is affordable price for a good quality of pair of shoe.
See, on a different note, during the course of the previous sessions, people were talking about failures. Mr. Damani said that, if you have failed, that does not mean anything. Now, my question is, in your successful journey, had there been any failures, and if so, what has been your reaction to this?
See, I didn't have anything to lose. So I focus in growth and development, and I was a very confident person. So my confidence was my everything. Till today, I tell my people, you don't need anything, whatever you don't have. Whatever you have, if you can make use of that, that is more than sufficient for any kind of success.
Now, you said you have nothing to lose, but then, when you start a business, you have nothing to lose. But when you attain a certain level, and you are possibly exploring diversifications or some other new business ventures, that is when you start, failures can hit. So what is, have you had any diversification plans or new business ventures?
See, as such, I don't plan for long. I can plan for a day only. And whatever I have planned 30 years before, same plan we have today, and same thing possibly you are going to maintain some time from now. Affordable price for a pair of good quality shoe.
Okay, that's an interesting statement that, I plan only for tomorrow, not 5 years, 3 years. So all the people talking about business plans and 5-year projections possibly need to learn something in this. What is your thought on the new age business? I'm calling it new age business because it's a business of startups, valuations, like what, there was a question and Anirudh said, what about valuations? So what's your take on that?
Startups and all these things. When I have expert like Sriram and his associate, why should I bother for all this? But we have, right from the beginning, we have some policy, like we don't pay any interest, we don't pay any rent, we don't insurance, we don't give any discount, we have no clearance sale, no discount sale ever.
No, I think that is a statement, okay, no discount. That means, this gentleman has so much confidence in his brand that he thinks discount is not to be given because the price is fair. I think, if I am not mistaken, like what he said, having a fair price for the whole thing.
Not only price, value. At the same time, only value, only price may not work. So you have to think about everything. Like, we take care of our vendors. I protect interest of my vendors. I protect interest of my people. And I protect interest of my consumer. And vendors protects our quality. Our people take care of our work culture, and consumer work as our brand ambassador.
Now, I can vouch on the first part of him saying that he takes care of the vendors because of the fact that when, my first interaction with Mr. Dey on a professional basis was when the GST just got introduced way back in 2017. And they were one of the very few who called in all the vendors that they have and their, various partners to a conference over 3-4 days to explain to them what this whole GST is all about and how they can transition. And, so that, very few people had actually done that, to my knowledge.
Sriram did great job for us, and we are obligated to him for our lifetime.
Thank you so much, sir.
We are good friend as well. Whenever you need any guidance, I always take advice from Mr. Sriram and his associates.
Thank you. Thank you for your compliment. Now, one question I asked other lady, Lahana, who was there, that, about the transition of business. You have reached it to a particular level, and then comes the next generation of business, you know, how do you plan this transition?
There is no plan for transition. My daughter already here. She did her BBA from University of San Francisco, and she did her MBA from University of Syracuse. She joined in our business for last 3 years, and there is magical change in our business. I don't like to tell much about her since she is here. She may feel embarrassed. My son is in Boston. He just completed his mechanical engineering from Boston University. He's working in a company. After 2 years, he will do his MBA. Then he'll be coming and joining our business.
So there's no plan according to you.
As such,
There's no transition plan.
It's everything happening automatically.
That's an interesting way of looking at life. You know, everything happens automatically, as they say. So one final question, possibly two. Where do you see Sri Leathers as a brand in the next, let's say, 5 or 10 years? I mean, this is a standard question which people ask in most forums. Where do you see? I mean, please don't tell me I'd live for tomorrow, because that is not an accepted answer.
See, I don't have any plan for 5 years from now. See, for the last 30 years, what have we done? Affordable price for a good pair of footwear to give the best value. Sometime from now, 5 years from now, also we'll try to keep the same thing. That's it.
And the last question, you know, one piece of advice that you would want to give to the younger generation, there are a lot of people here, one piece of advice coming from, you know, your 30 years of journey.
It's known to everybody. Hard work, and hard work. Everything solved if you are working. And little bit courage. That's all.
I think that's a fantastic closure. So I would request if anybody from the audience has any questions, Mr. Dey would be more than happy to take it. Yeah, I think there's one question from that gentleman.
You can come in. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Mr. Mukherjee. As a Calcuttan, I used to find that Sri Leather is a very big brand value. But what I find that you don't have any distribution strategy. So, for example, I don't comment on it. But I say that Sri Leathers has only 1 or 2 branches in Calcutta. What about your distribution policy?
See, we have very limited store. We have around 42 stores. But we are among 3rd largest listed company. Each store has got better sell in comparison to any other brand. We have 42, most probably 42 stores, but each store is doing very well.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
So your band is so popular. So I have few relatives coming down from Nepal. They come to Kolkata and they say that we want to visit Sri Leathers. Can you hear me? Yeah. So they want to visit Sri Leathers. And they also tell me that you must be knowing the owner. Now, why don't they open it in Nepal and other parts? Why this is so famous? Then why don't you think of opening your brand to other states also, where your services people can get it? What do you think?
Thank you very much for showing interest. We'll definitely think, and we don't like to grow fast. we like to go healthy. We'll definitely think about this.
So with this, I think, thank you, Mr. Dey, for your time. And I hope the audience had a good time.
Thank you. It was very inspiring, to say the least. I would now request Mr. Sriram to please present a token memento from in our appreciation to Mr. Dey. We have with us Ms. Ajanta Sinha Roy, Director Vidya.com Consultancy Private Limited, our guest entrepreneur today, and Mr. Surajit Banerjee, member the Entrepreneurs Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Managing Director, People Pro Management Services Private Limited, will interact with her. And they will interact basically on success without boundaries. Mr. Banerjee, please.
Good evening, all. Yeah. Today in this event, we have named this session, Fireside Chat session, as a success without boundaries with Ms. Ajanta Sinha Roy, Director of Vidya.com Consultancy Private Limited. Yes, it is a fact that she has proven that the statement success without boundaries in her last 28 years journey of overseas education worldwide. Yeah, so Ajanta Sinha, I welcome you to in this start session. Today, Vidya.com is fulfilling the the educational needs of the international educational needs of the aspiring students at various and renowned universities worldwide. So I request Ms. Ajanta to say about your journey.
Good evening. Thanks to BCCI for giving me this honor to speak here. And thanks, Mr. Surajit, and thanks to my friend Luna, because she has really helped me in coming and sitting in front of you. I am Ajanta, and basically, I am into this business. Ms. Vidya.com's inception was long back, 30 years back, but in Kolkata, we are from 2009, actually. So that's it. What do you want to know, Ms., how it started?
As an entrepreneur, I want to know that what made you to choose this overseas education as a business?
Okay. There are many reasons. So I will just put them point-wise. First of all, my father, being from Air India, he was a globetrotter. So at the age of 2, I was on Eiffel Towers. So I have seen Paris from there. And there my journey with overseas had begun actually. And every year we used to go abroad, and I used to see the dignity of labor, which was very, very, the thing which really attracted me, that everybody is equal. Whatever work you are doing, whatever, everything you are treated with respect. So that thing really, I always wanted that here the students should at least get an international exposure. So that, and when I came to Kolkata, actually when I was searching something, I saw that most of the time, most of the consultancies, I don't want to talk about anybody, they only used to cater for one country. Like if a student is going to some consultancy, they may be dealing with US. So the student, whether they have the capacity or not, the parents were many times forced to put them in that particular country, though they could not afford it. So when I came to Kolkata, I thought that no, we will customize the courses, countries, budget, everything according to the student and the parents' capabilities. So that's why our tagline is, you name it and we have it.
I will come with this statement. Before that, I want to, ask you that you started your career as academician, and then you become an entrepreneur, and you worked in different part of the country, from Gujarat to northeast part of the
Yeah.
So, what is your success path in this journey?
Success path?
Yeah, what you can say?
Success, because I, as an academician, I started my career as a teacher. I started my career with 600 rupees as my salary. So from there, coming here is I think I have really done a good bit of success to my own self. And taking the challenge, I never thought it as a risk. I left my academician career when I was, but as I was at the top of it, I was the principal of many reputed CBSE schools all around India. That includes DPS also. And in Kolkata also, I was 5 years with one reputed CBSE school. At the same time, I was also continuing my business. So after 2012, I thought to quit, means resign from my post as a principal, and went full-fledged into the business. So I think it's a success, you can call it. And today I have, counselors all around India, whether it is Gujarat, whether it is Kerala, whether it is North Bengal. So I also have a work from home pattern, because many of the housewives, they are educated, qualified, and they really want to do something, but they cannot go out of their house because of their household chores. So I give them a chance. So actually, basically, reaching to this success, I always followed a few principles. I don't call them principles, actually I call them mantras. They are mantras for me, So if I can just tell you a few of them. You want to ask me something? Yeah, okay. So the first mantra is, we are not only consultants, we are obsessed career makers. When a student comes to us, we don't think about us, what is our profit. We want to see whether actually the program which the student is taking, suppose a student wants to go for hospitality. So we first see what is his budget, whether the country he is choosing is hospitality program will give him a good career or not. So this is the way. So we are obsessed career makers. Second is, as I told you, we have two taglines. That is, you name it, we have it. And the second is, your success is our pride. Means once you succeed, that is our pride. So of course, we do business, but the third mantra is, we do business with ethics. That's very important. That's the thing. And fourth is women empowerment. When I opened Vidya.com, I just wanted to have, that thing was in my mind, that it's women empowerment. All my employees are women. And whether marketing, anything, everything, they do, all are women. So that is also another mantra.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, apart from that, I have also asked you another very, very relevant question, that in last 28 years of your journey, So there is a huge changes in the education system globally.
Yeah.
And there is a various advancement of the course curriculum and also application of technology also.
Yeah.
So what are the challenges you have faced in during this period?
Yeah. The main challenge which I faced is the pandemic. But you know, actually, if you tell me, I have really learned so many things. The day the lockdown was announced, before that, I only followed the pattern of walking. My students used to walk in my office. I have a huge office. They used to come. And basically, we used to cater only for West Bengal and also from other states, but a few in numbers. But the day the lockdown was announced, I did not know what to do. And immediately I took the decision to go virtual. You know, I called my employees, told them what needs to be done. And the initial days were lots of struggles I went through, you know. First I went for webinars. Then I went for maybe education fair virtually. But then one thing just, you know, went so good for me. I started counseling. I thought of Amazon. You know, that one thing came in my mind. If Amazon can reach everything at the doorsteps, if students are not able to come to me, let vidya.com go to them. So I started this one-to-one counseling virtually through Zoom session, and that worked out really wonders. And till date, the students all around India wait for these free virtual sessions where I, being the director, counsel the students one-to-one, know about their, and this is a one-to-one session. No education fair, no webinars, nothing. So this really worked out, and this was really a big challenge, you know, and that's it, yeah.
In the morning, when someday in a newspaper, we have seen that lot of, last 5-10 years, lot of this type of consulting firm in the overseas education they have started. So, what is your approach to this competition?
First of all, I want to be very frank about this. Most of the consultancies are sub-agents, or many times they are not the direct representative of the universities. They just do the application and take money from the students. So, I am very lucky, though I started with Australia and New Zealand. Somehow, today I have an official agreement with almost all the universities all around the world, whether it is US or whether it is a small country like Mauritius or Malta. And even, I am a name in this industry. Even if I am not connected to any university, if a student comes to me and tells me that I want to go to this university, I have a name. If I approach the university, they are ready to sign an agreement with me. So this is one positive point you can say. And one more thing, I have never felt the competition because I don't believe in competition. The thing is, I am very convinced about my own product. So when I am very convinced about my own products, I have never ventured also to know how the others are doing. Each year, I wanted to make our company more perfect. What are the faults in the last year? How we can grow more. And, my team manager is also there. She always laughs. Anytime I hear about any course or any university, immediately my thing is, I note it down and immediately I approach the university and I sign up. So I never felt that competition because I'm very convinced about what we give. And I always believe that, there is two things in this world. One is style and one is fashion. A simple example. Fashion is when you follow and style is what you have. So I always believed in style, and Vidya has its own style. Like one simple example I will give you. In our industry, most of the times when we meet the foreign delegates, it's fashion to always be in the Western wear. I am myself very comfortable in Western wear, and I love Western wears, but prefer to be styled in a sari. So all around the world, I am famous for my saris also. So that's Vidya. Vidya has its own style, so I don't have any competitors. That's it.
I think you are talking about your confidence level. Just Mr. Roy of Cedar has told us that the confidence level. So I want to know that is in the audience, I think there is a lot of parents are here who are planning about their child's education in abroad. So what is your message to them?
See, my message is, first of all, don't be worried about that thought that, oh my God, if I have to send my son outside India, it is 30 lakhs, it is 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 1 crore. There are very good free programs in public universities, topmost public universities in Italy, Germany, where your son or daughter will not only get a scholarship, full free education, but also a stipend, free education. So everybody can think, can dream of going abroad. That is one thing. And second is, I feel that in today's world, one international exposure, whether you want to settle down or that thing is a different issue, but one international exposure is a must for everybody today in this world of globalization. So our counseling is absolutely free. So anybody who wants to come, and we don't charge from the students, like most of the times, because we are direct representative of the universities, so our commissions comes from the universities. So we don't charge anything from the students. There are many consultancies who get money from the universities and they charge a huge amount from the students also. So we don't charge anything. So you are free to come anytime. We are available 24/7 and at your service. That's it.
Any type of, during the counseling session, any type of incident or any counseling you want to share with us, which is something different in your things?
Yeah. See, I will tell you, like most of the time, it's very easy to counsel if a student has a very high score or very good in academics, the father has lots of money. It's very easy to counsel that student. I will tell you one case. I am also teacher of Art of Living, so we had one fellow member of Art of Living. One day he was also a vendor. He came to my office and he told me that, ma'am, I want to tell you about my son. My son was a very good student of Don Bosco. And when he was in class 12, he tried to apply for these US universities on his own. And he was duped by somebody and he did not inform us, and for last 9 years he stays inside his room, he doesn't come out, he doesn't even take bath. Okay, so if you I will request you if you can counsel him. So my counselors told me, ma'am, please don't take up this case. So, but I thought, let me see. So the boy came to my office. He had this long beard, long hair, and he was smelling badly. And I started counseling him for 1 year. And then he went to South Korea. He did his MBA, and he did so well. His 2 years program was changed to 1 year, and he got a full scholarship in South Korea. And he completed his MBA. He's back to his father's business. So this way I counsel the students. So I counsel with passion.
This is also a good success story. Okay, there are, I think, a lot of students are here. So if they want to start this overseas education business, what is your advice to them? What is your
Many students work for me. They are freelancers. While they are studying, they organize these seminars. They give me contacts, and sometimes their studies become free, because if they collect the students, they can go free. So they can contact me and they can also have their startup. And our students who have gone there, they also work as influencers. They also help in, finding accommodations, airport pickups, and they work quite well. And I have a very good relationship. In fact, all my employees have a very good relationship with the students. So all of you can join Vidya. You can join as freelancers. That's That's it. And later on, you can open your own business also.
So, I think we are at the end of this session. So, is there any question from the audience? Anybody wants to plan for your children so they can guide you? So,
That's it. There are many programs. I want to tell you one more thing. It's not only engineering or medical. There are nowadays business analytics. You know, that is the most trending program. Yeah, I think you want to ask something. Yeah.
Hello. Good evening, ma'am. I have pursued MBA from BIBS in marketing management, and I further want to go for a PhD, maybe abroad or somewhere else. Do you have any suggestion for me?
Yeah, we have PhDs in many European countries also and US also. So you can contact us. Okay.
Through your website?
Yeah, website. My employees are also here. Sushmita or Damini, you can talk to her after the session.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
so any more questions? So, thanks.
So much. Thank you again. Thanks.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Avishek Sinha, and I have done my BTech in biotechnology from Haldia Institute of Technology.
Okay.
And after that, I did my management from IMT Ghaziabad in operation management, and I am into IT sector for last 10 years.
Okay.
So basically, my present designation is business analyst. So I want to pursue something in data analytics. So is there any program?
Yeah, since you have done BTech, so you can go for code data analytics. But since you have so many years of experience, you can also go for business analytics. Both have a huge job opportunity, particularly after the pandemic. These two courses have huge job opportunities. So yeah, you can really, it's the most trending program.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you can contact us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, please.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. I would now request Mr. Banerjee to please present a memento from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce to Ms. Sinha Roy. Thank you. We are approaching towards the close of this conclave today, but I would now like to invite Mr. Anirban Biswas, member of the BCCI Entrepreneurs Committee and Director Tri-I Infomedia Private Limited, for his address on District Connects.
Good evening. Such a lovely conclave. I first thank you everyone who participated and who made this conclave such a success. Like all of you who had taken out your time to come here, I thank every one of you. Last year we decided that we'll go out of this hall, we'll go out of Kolkata and we'll address the district startups, and we decided to have a conclave at North Bengal. Initially we were a bit apprehensive about the success or the response, but later on when we started working on it, we found that the district startups were really so overwhelmingly positive in their response. Now with the confidence that we've got from the last year, this year we have planned that we'll do another conclave at North Bengal for the district startups especially. And as you know, North Bengal being the corridor of northeastern states, we get a lot of response from northeastern states, like startups from northeastern states come over, and we expect a lot of people from northeast this year. So I take this opportunity and I use this platform to invite all of you to join us on the 7th of January at Siliguri for the District Startup Conclave, and we plan and we hope we'll be making the biggest startup conclave ever in North Bengal this year. So that is what we plan to do. I hope we see you there. Thank you.
I invite Ms. Vinita Bajoria, member of the BCCI Entrepreneurs Committee and Director, Lord of the Drinks and Hard Rock Cafe, for her concluding remarks.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Tapan Chakravarti for doing this concluding today. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries who took out their prestigious time to address us today in this conclave. My colleagues, my friends from media, partners of the event, without your support, we would not have been able to conduct this program so efficiently and effectively. And last but not the least, the Secretariat from BCCI, with whose effort and coordination made this conclave a grand success. To start with, I would like to thank the dignitaries for their insights. Mr. Radhakrishnan, the past president, the BCCI, Mr. Anirudh A. Dabani, the managing partner, Artha Venture Fund, Ms. Lahana Ghosh, Finance and Operations Manager, Juggles, Master Chef, Ms. Kirti Bhotika, Chef and owner of Sugar Plum Bakery, Ms. Ajanta Sinha Roy, Director, Vidya.com Consultancy Private Limited, Mr. Satyabrata De, the Managing Director of Sri Leathers Limited, and Sri PC Sen. I would also like to thank our sponsors, the Chief Patron GIS Group, the Co-Promoter Canara Bank, powered by partner Wow Momo and Haldia Institute of Technology, event partners Infinity and Vidya.com Consultancy Private Limited, the hospitality partner Lord of the Drinks, and a gift partner T. Raja. A special thank should be mentioned about my committee members, Mr. Deepak Daftari, the chairperson of the Entrepreneurship Committee, BCCI, Mr. Binod Kumar, the co-chairperson, the Entrepreneurship Committee, Ms. Pooja Dugar, the chairperson of the Women Entrepreneurship Cell, Mr. Anirban Biswas, Mr. Surajit Banerjee, and Mr. K.R. Sriram, the member of the Entrepreneur Committee. I would also last mention the Secretariat of the BCCI members, Mr. Kumar Shivam, Mr. Devjit, and Ms. Rashri Mukherjee. We formally close our proceedings of the conclave and wish everyone a very happy weekend ahead.